we are honored that you would be here tonight. We sometimes get lonely because we have no folks in the room. So we appreciate you being here. We hope that you'll find your time tonight profitable. And so we're going to get started, and we always start with a couple of things. One, we're going to have, we'll have our pledge, but we have what's called a solemnizing prayer. And that's kind of a legal term. And that means that we're going to have a prayer at the beginning of this. It's not for you, it's for the commissioners. Believe it or not, we don't know everything. Well, you probably do believe that. But we certainly understand that we don't. And so we look for wisdom in the decisions we make, because the decisions we make are important to us. And we want to make sure that we're making wise decisions. So we're going to ask our chaplain if he'll come forward, if he'll offer a prayer for us. Commissioners, if you'll stand, we'll get started.
Thank you, commissioners. This crowd be a good night to take an offering up. Had a little humor to it. Lord, thank you for this day. Thanks for the privilege to be here tonight to represent our county commissioners. We thank for them. We thank for all the work they put in, the time they put in, dear Lord, and dedication they have, Lord. What a honor that we have to be here in their behalf. Give them the wisdom they need tonight at this meeting tonight. Help us tonight to do what we need to do. Lord, thank you for Rowan County, Lord, and give us the wisdom we need, all of us tonight, especially the county commissioners, dear Lord. Honor our prayer request tonight, because we ask it in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chaplain Taylor. Chaplain Taylor is our chaplain for our sheriff department, and he pulls double duty for the commissioners. So we certainly appreciate you being here, as always. All right, looking at our agenda, commissioners, do we have any additions or deletions? All right, hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as provided?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then we have minutes of November 1 that have been provided for us. Motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second. And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And then the consent agenda has not been changed. Items A through Y. Motion to approve in a second.
So moved.
In a second. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, and then we have reports that have been provided for us. The Rowan County DSS has provided their fiscal year 21 annual report. Do we have a motion to accept that report?
So moved.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Anyone sign up for public comment? Of course, we're going to have a public hearing later in today's meeting where we'll have folks that are able to speak. But if we have someone separate for public comment, that's fine. All right, Timothy Trogdon. Timothy Trogdon, yeah, come on forward, Mr. Trogdon. Welcome, we're glad you're here. Yes, please, Well, welcome.
Oh, hello. I'm Tim Trogdon from East Spencer in Rowan County.
Yes. If you come forward into the mic, pull the microphone down towards you. There you go.
Do you need my full
Yes.
address?
We've got it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, anyway, I'm glad I'm first since you have a lot of other people too.
Yes.
So I can go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have two things I wanted to address. First one has to do with property tax assessment and reporting structures that are on properties. For example, somebody builds a garage, and adds it to their property after they've moved there. The school system adds a structure to property they have. A town adds a structure to property they have. These things need to be reported. We need a way for citizens to report this to the county property people so that if this property gets sold, whether whoever owns it, if it's sold, they know about the structure. I running into a situation in East Spencer where they've owned a property for 120 years, 122 years. That should be like a big gray elephant in the room. They should ask the question, why did we own it for 120 years? And after I went to 4 meetings to address the problem, because it's next door to me, they sold the property 4 weeks ago to a developer in Concord. And she doesn't know what's on the property. So anyways, as soon as it's sold, the tax assessors need to go out and look at the property and make sure what's there is identified. So that's the first thing I came to you about. An easy system for people to report about structures on property that aren't in the county database. The second thing I came about is the 911 system. I run into some bad experiences. And I think we need a magnet that people can pick up at police departments and put on their refrigerator. And it not just has 911, but the non-911 number. A lot of time there's things happening that aren't really emergencies. We don't have a good way to call the police at night. I heard a gunshot wake me up at 2 a.m. Is that an emergency? I had people park their car in my grass and then left trash all over my yard. Is that an emergency? But we have a police officer on duty. I'd like him to know about it. And there's not a good way to not contact them without tying up the 911 number. So I did a search online. They actually have a non-911 number, but it's hard to find. And when you wake up at 2 a.m., you know. So that's why we need a magnet that you can put on your refrigerator so you can call the non-911 number. Finally, when I called the sheriff's department the other day, they transferred me without telling me where they were transferring me to. Well, they transferred me to the 911 service. Then they transferred me to the East Spencer Police Department. Neither time was I told. So the police officer got an attitude with me because I was calling the 911 service. And I said, I never called the 911 service. I called the regular number at the sheriff's department. And I did not expect to end up in the 911 system. So anyway, I think this is a serious matter that communication needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Well, thank you. All right, that's all we have signed up for public comment. So we will move to item number 4 on our agenda. Mr. Shelton, this is one of our Economic Development Commission leaders, Scott Shelton. Talk to us about Project Bishop. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board members. I know the board has a busy agenda tonight. I want to thank you for giving us the time to present to you the proposal for Project Bishop. So I think I'm experiencing some technical difficulties of my own on this. Let's see here.
Aaron, if you could move that team viewer window over. There we go. Scott, are you able to use your arrows to navigate?
Yeah, there we go. Thank you, April. And thanks for hearing us today regarding Project Bishop. This is a recruitment project the EDC has been working on for a few months.
Scott, could you minimize the side screen?
Let's see here.
Scott, if you'll just click that arrow, if you'll bring it back up and click the arrow on the right side of the screen, it's the Adobe in the bottom.
Is it going crazy?
Yeah, I'm sorry, not really a Mac person, so that doesn't help matters.
And then over on kind of the gallery, maybe you could minimize it.
Yeah, I'm trying to move the mouse there.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Thank you, whoever did that. Again, the project name is Project Bishop. It is an online retailer. They do operate warehouses and fulfillment centers throughout the U.S. and are looking in the Southeast right now for a new e-commerce fulfillment center. So some basics on the project. If our community was chosen for Project Bishop, the company would create 1,000 jobs over the next 3 years. And about 90% of these jobs would be in the fulfillment related areas of the company. Only about 10% or 100 jobs would be supervisory and administrative positions. Again, these are all full-time jobs. The company would also invest about $400 million into the project through the construction of a new facility and also major equipment. They anticipate this building being done by early 2024. At this time, we don't anticipate any regulatory issues regarding the project. We're going to work with the county and also the town of China Grove to navigate the permitting process. But again, nothing unusual as far as we can tell regarding this project. Now, I know the commissioners have been through this before, that you have an adopted incentive policy. Currently, under those requirements, this project would qualify for a level 3 grant, which of course is a grant equivalent to 85% of the taxes paid over a 5-year span. And at $400 million, that exceeds the $100 million threshold. But this is or could be a pretty substantial project for our community with a lot of well-paying jobs. It's a highly competitive project as well. They're looking at areas in South Carolina for this project, as well as the greater Charlotte corridor. So EDC is proposing that the board consider extending the incentive grant from 5 years to 9 years. And the breakdown would be a little different as well. Instead of 5 years at 85%, what the EDC is proposing is the first 5 years would be equal to 80% of the new taxes paid, not 85. But then there would be 4 additional years. Years 6 through 7 would be equivalent to 40%. And the final 2 years would be equivalent to 25% over a 9-year span. That would be the grant breakdown. And I know you've seen a lot of these requests over the past several years. And here lately, we've gotten a lot more of these larger scale ones. And sometimes they tend to run together. But just to kind of remind the board what we've talked about in the past for other projects. Back in September, the board approved an incentive proposal from North Point Development for that spec building project on Webb Road. And the terms of that agreement and this one are identical, length of time, percentages, everything. And then, of course, back in 2019, the board approved a 10-year grant for Chewy at 80% for the first 5 years and 50% for the final 5 years. So again, this is a 9-year grant at a slightly lower percentage than what Chewy received back in 2019. And then one other request we have for the board is to consider waiving the $2,500 expedited permitting fee for this project. Again, it's the 24-hour turnaround on commercial permit reviews that we're talking about. And not just the Rowan County, the EDC is also asking for assistance for this project through a variety of other sources. One is the state of North Carolina. We're working with the company and Commerce right now, NC Commerce, on what they call a JDIG grant. This is a grant where the state basically would return a lot of the personal income tax withholdings that they collect to the company over a period of years. It's a very substantial incentive for companies. They usually reserve that for these high impact projects such as this. But we have requested that from the state. They're considering that right now. In addition to the state, we've also asked the town of China Grove to consider their own incentive proposal. And they're going to be meeting tomorrow afternoon, rather, at 4 o'clock at a call meeting to consider their own incentive request. I threw a lot of numbers at you in your packet, your agenda packet. And again, there are a lot of assumptions that went into that because we have to try to establish a functioning baseline. Of course, what we assumed was that the tax rate would stay the same. We know that's not the case, but we have to use that for the purposes of these exercises. Also, you see the other assumptions, $160 million of investment by the end of 2022, another $175 by the end of 2023. And then, of course, the project being done by the end of 2024 with that investment of $400 million I mentioned earlier. We did try to factor in depreciation into these estimates best we could. We used the state's depreciation schedule A for all business personal property in this assessment. And as far as a breakdown for these numbers, you'll see here over the first 5 years, there'd be an incentive grant of about $7.7 million paid out to the company. The county would keep about $1.9 million of that. During years 6 and 7, the company would get about $1.3 million. County would receive about $1.9 million in net revenue. And over the final 2 years, there's an incentive grant of about $577,000. County would receive about 1.7. Over a 10-year span, and that includes 1 year where there's no incentive, there'd be about $6.2 million in net revenue for the county. The overall grant to the company would be about $9.5 million. I understand there's some big numbers, but this is a big project. And I mentioned how this would be different from the standard proposal. And here's some numbers here to kind of give you the difference between the two. Basically, at the end of the day, these differences in these incentive terms would be equal to about a $1.3 million difference between what they receive with the standard grant of 5 years at 85%. And again, that's about 17% difference total versus a standard grant. Again, a lot of numbers. I hope those make sense. In addition to the 1,000 jobs this project would create, there'd also be what we call some indirect benefits to the community. We actually took these numbers we were given by the client and ran them in what we call a Jobs EQ software. It's just a software program that tries to anticipate the overall impact a project would have on a community. And it's anticipating another 238 indirect and induced jobs will be created as a result of this project. And of course, the indirect jobs are ones created by the company's suppliers. And then the induced jobs would be when these new employees spend their money in the community. Like if they, I think I put this example in your packet, but if the new employees were to spend money at a restaurant and the business increased, they'd hire more employees, more profit for the company. So all that, I think, adds up to a greater impact for the community besides just 1,000 jobs. But we estimated out of these 238 jobs, it would generate about $12 million in employee wages and benefits.
Per year?
That's yes, that's over a 10-year span. And then in addition to that, these companies that create these jobs would be about another $30 million in gross revenue. Of course, that gross revenue includes the wages and benefits, but still it's pretty substantial numbers. So in closing, again, this is quite the project, and what the EDC is asking the board to do is consider a 9-year grant for Project Bishop. Also to waive the 24-hour expedited permitting fee. And in closing, again, 1,000 new jobs, about $6.3 million in net tax revenue for the county over 10 years. And we also think it would lead to the creation of another 238 indirect and induced jobs. So we'd like to thank the board for considering this request, and I'll be glad to answer any questions regarding Project Bishop.
Could you go back a couple of slides? I'm confused about the 12 million employee wages and benefits, and then the 30 million in gross revenues for the company. The 238 jobs will generate about $12 million, and that's over the same 10-year period.
Well, the project would create about 238 indirect and induced jobs, and again, part of that would be those jobs. What we calculate to be the wages and benefits for those jobs is about $12 million. And then the companies that create these jobs, the suppliers, the companies that receive the indirect benefits from the company, they generate about $30 million in revenue. But again, that $30 million includes the $12 million in salaries and benefits. Just trying to give an idea of the overall picture and what it would generate for Rowan County. And again, these numbers are just for Rowan County only. I'm sure some of that would spill over into some of the neighboring counties as well.
Scott, did I miss the average wage on that 1,000 jobs?
No, that was not in there, but we do anticipate the jobs to be very well paid just because I mentioned earlier that JDIG grant from the state. In order for them to be eligible for that JDIG grant, they have to pay a wage higher than the county average, which right now is around a little over $44,000 a year. So the average wage would have to meet or exceed that to qualify for this JDIG grant.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Scott,
That's plus benefits.
Well, that 44 is the standard for salary alone, but you have to have benefits as well on top of that to qualify for this grant. So 44,000 plus benefits. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Caskey.
so there's, they're projecting 1,000 jobs, but have they talked any numbers that's they're going to start at 1,000, maybe they would have more over time? Or is this part of their top out number?
Right now, they just projected 1,000 jobs. I mean, they said the opportunity for more, but they didn't want to speculate at this point. And of course, given the sheer scope of the project, I think they want to be really just focused on trying to get the building up and going. It's going to take several years. But, of course, e-commerce is growing every day, every month, every year. So I think there's certainly opportunity for more out there.
So I think, didn't Chewy end up being higher than they originally predicted?
Yeah, they originally announced 1,200 jobs. I think the last time we checked with them, they were at 1,400. So again, it just kind of speaks to Rolling County being a hub for distribution and e-commerce. But yeah, so I really think you could see those numbers increase. But for right now, they wanted to just be comfortable with 1,000 and I guess try to seek incentives from the state and from the county based on those numbers.
All right, any other questions for Scott? All right, if not, Scott, don't go too far. What we're going to do now is our intent is to have a public hearing. So we're going to open the floor to a public hearing. And if anyone from the public would like to make comments about this project that the EDC has brought to us, then feel free to come up and speak with us. And we'll wait a few moments here to see if anyone would like to speak. And April, let us know if anyone online would like to speak.
Yes, sir. We'd like to give our online attendees a chance to either use the raise your hand feature of joining through the Zoom application or press *9. We'll give you just a moment. Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone indicating they wish to speak.
All right, thank you. Seeing no one or hearing from no one, we'll close the floor to the public hearing. And commissioners, do we have a motion to approve the project Bishop that the EDC has brought before us?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second? All right, further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Scott, we appreciate it. To give a little scale of this, we are again so grateful to Chewy. Seems to have broken the seal on the county lines, and Chewy's project was initially 1,200 jobs and 55 million. And this is a base of 1,000 jobs and 400 million. So again, we are grateful for Chewy being here, but you can see how they're scaling up much larger. And so this is great for the county, great for our tax base. So Scott, thanks for your good work. Tell Rod and your team, thank you as well. Appreciate it. All right, next item. We're going to have a public hearing for McCleave Road closure. Welcome.
Wow. All right. See what our adventure brings us. So this is a road closure request from Mr. Ken Jezik for closure of a private right-of-way. We have addressed as McCleave Road. We'll go through the statutory requirements, give you a little background before you are asked to make a decision. So Mr. Jezik owns these parcels. This is his residence, parcel 15A, 14, 1105, 357, and 260 on tax map 130A. They're all adjoining this 25-foot unopened right-of-way. All these parcels that surround his tract are zoned rural residential. The properties to the south are located in the town of Landis. And importantly for you to know, the right-of-way is not maintained by NCDOT. The plat was recorded August 21st, 1950, that you see here. The plat recognizes or calls that road Barnhart Road. That's why our notices say McCleave Road, AKA Barnhart Road. And if you're looking at that plat, that would be the portion of the right-of-way that Mr. Jezik has petitioned the board to close. This is a current survey prepared by an area surveyor. It shows the tracts that I spoke of earlier that are owned by Mr. Jezik. It's a little bit difficult to tell, but these areas that the parcels join the right-of-way are to be combined as required by statute with Mr. Jezik's adjoining properties, and then ultimately would be combined into one tract. So the board adopted a resolution back on October 3rd. I think Vice Chairman Green was the one that signed that resolution. The signs were posted on the property October 25th. That same day, adjoining property owners were mailed notice of this public hearing. And as required by statute, the Salisbury Post ran a legal ad on the 14th, 21st, and 28th of October. So we're at the point now where the public hearing would be held. Mr. Jezik is here to provide any comments or answer any questions. And then I would encourage you to open the floor for public comments. And if there's no one here, close that hearing and then allow me to come back and we'll do one or two more quick things to wrap this up. Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. You want to say anything?
Yeah, anything from Mr. Jezik first? Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your help tonight. I guess my only comments are currently I've got 5 pieces of property that are kind of scattered out in not quite 1 acre. And the home was built in 53 when all this started. And the road hasn't been used in 35 years. I got some aerial photographs from the state DOT, which is very helpful. And by the way, Ed Muir and JD's, if it wasn't for them, I'd be here crying tonight. I mean, they're just amazing what they've done helping me out because I'm certainly not an attorney. But the roadway, it's basically most of it's grass. The rest of it is an old roadbed that's gravel and mud, and it's my driveway, and I just would like to improve it. And we're going to make one with their recommendations, turn it into one parcel. So instead of having 5 parcels of land that I have and this unowned land in between, that'll be turned into tax base, although not a tremendous amount of tax base, but it'll kind of clean up that whole thing. And McCleave Road on the other end is a state maintained road, thoroughly underutilized with this level of service, with just 6 homes total on about 1,500 feet of roadway. So this would never be used again under any circumstances. So
Any questions for Mr. Jezik? All right, thank you.
okay, thank you very much for your help.
All right, once again, we'll open the floor for a public hearing in April if anyone would like to call in, but we'll take comments regarding this road closure for McCleave Road. Wait for a moment. All right, hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Ed?
Great. Thank you. There were the adjoining property owners if they happen to show up, but nonetheless, we've moved through that portion of the meeting. Wow. So what we're doing, we're asking you to adopt this resolution to accept the right of way. So what county's doing is accepting the fact that this right of way has never been open. we're accepting ownership of it. If you consider adopting that resolution, the next step will be to take closure. So it would be appropriate for you to make a motion to adopt the resolution to accept the right of way.
All right, do we have a motion to adopt a resolution?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ed?
All right. So the next item is you'll consider adopting an order to close the right of way. Before you do that, you need to make two findings, and they can be simple comment for the record, but you need to find that closing the right of way is not contrary to the public interest or property rights of any individual. And you need to find that no individual owning property in the vicinity of this road is deprived of reasonable means of ingress or egress to his property by closing said portion of McCleave Road, aka Barnhart Drive.
Okay, I make a motion.
Or make those findings.
I make a motion for the findings that closing the road is not contrary to the public interest or the property rights of any individual, and that no individual owning property in the vicinity of said portion of McCleave Road, aka Barnhart Drive, or is in the subdivision in which they are allocated, will be deprived of reasonable means of ingress or egress to this property by the closing of said portion of McCleave Road, aka Barnhart Road. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then we have a motion to adopt the order closing the street.
So moved.
All right, Judy and
Second.
Craig second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you.
Great.
Item number 6. Everybody ready? Someone saying no back there.
Chairman, if we might have just a few minutes before we get started, I kind of need to work through some of the time issues that we have with regard to the hearing. And so if I can just have a few minutes.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
We're still holding to our procedures, right?
Right. And so the way the procedure is going to work, the applicant's going to have 30 minutes to present their application. Then any opponents are going to have 45 minutes to speak. And then the applicant's going to have 15 minutes in rebuttal. Unless they've used less than 30 minutes at the beginning, they can reserve time for the end for the rebuttal. But total is going to be 45 minutes each. And as I understand it, we've got John Ritchie, we've got people that have deferred to you for a total of 21 minutes. Brother Ritchie, yes, sir. And then Ken Wiseman, we have you for 6 minutes. And then we have Dr. Riley, Cindy Wiseman, Darius Edrick, and Jonathan Featherstone, 3 minutes each. You're each intending to speak, is that correct?
Correct.
Good. And then Pete Hoffman just got here, and so we had him down for 6 minutes of deferred time. And so then in this room is Julia Marshall, Alex Marshall, James Shad. Are y'all in the room? Okay. Are y'all intending to speak for 3 minutes? All three of you are? Okay.
Maybe not them to speak.
Okay.
One of them are. One of them are.
Okay. And James, you're going to speak 3 minutes. Okay, first. And so I think the conversation with the applicant, they may present their application first and then let you guys speak as part of the rebuttal. Is that okay with you?
Want to wait on Jay, right?
I'm Miss Connie Bird. Yeah. Okay, are you, Donnie, you gonna speak as part of this?
No, yeah, but not as a against, I have questions and vaguely in support of. So where do you want to put me? You know me, John, but so rich.
Code remarks? No. All right, so that's. All right, so Scott, I'm gonna hold you for rebuttal. I'm just trying to get the applicant organized, so we've got time.
You good? You good? Okay, I think we're ready.
All right, I think we're ready. Welcome, everyone. We're going to have Ed Muir begin. And so Ed, if you'll take it away.
Thank you. So this is the legislative hearing for a conditional district rezoning application submitted by Okra Holdings for development and operation of a utility scale solar energy system. The site consists of 5 contiguous parcels that are shown here that are located in the Gold Hill community between the US 52 and Old Beatty Ford Road intersection. There's about 564 acres of the site, the primary site, as it's termed in the staff report, on the east side of 52. On the west side of 52 is the Carolina Perlite property, and they've enjoyed about 9.34 acres of that property as part of this application. You see that there's frontage on 52, about 259 feet of frontage there, and 148 feet of frontage on Old Beatty Ford Road. There are 4 tracks shown here with the tree that are in timber production. The purple eye indicates industrial, and that's the Carolina Perlite property. Again, there's 6 tracks in this request for consideration. And this generally follows the staff report, so some of this may seem familiar to you. So the property is located in the Carolina Slate Belt. The soils that are in this project site contain rock fragments. Generally, they're low permeability for water. They have wetness qualities and generally are not suited for septic systems. The Rowan County Soil Survey does not consider any of these soils that are identified here as prime agricultural soils. And there's an attachment in your staff report that kind of enumerates those that are identified there as prime soils. So half the site is located in the Tuckertown watershed. And when non-residential projects are proposed, they generally have a built upon area limitation if they disturb more than 1 acre. In this particular case, the impervious cover limitation does not apply. There's some guidance from the North Carolina Stormwater Design Manual, and I've clipped an image here that's included as an inset, but basically it says that if there's a disconnect link, which is basically the width of the panel rows between the panels, then they're not considered impervious. So this site would not be subject to the impervious cover limitations. And so the SNIA permits that you've seen before would not be coming before you in this particular case. This project will require an erosion control plan due to the disturbed area that is administered by Rowan County. It would be inspected by Rowan County. When we look at the land use plan, the site is primarily zoned RA, you see here. It's also located in Area 1 and Area 3, just because of the fact that it's across Highway 52 on the Perlite property. But we tend to feel that because of the proximity to the corridor, those recommendations would hold true for it as opposed to the general recommendations of Area 3 as they apply to the property. Area 1 is recognized as the least developed of the 3 planning areas. The future land use recommendations you see here, opportunities for high impact or rural industrial uses along thoroughfares. Highway 52 is considered a thoroughfare. Commercial and industrial uses needing rail or highway availability are encouraged. Also, a 100-foot stream buffer in watershed areas are recommended, and 50-foot stream buffer outside the watershed areas are recommended. In some ways, it doesn't seem that long ago, and it seems, in other ways, it seems like a lifetime. We spent quite a while looking at zoning criteria for all types of solar facilities. As you will remember, the zoning ordinance changes recommended that utility scale solar energy systems will be a conditional district rezoning in the RA and the CBI district. You see them here. The other types of facilities are special requirements in a variety of other districts. But the conditional zoning is intended for projects that may not be suitable for general rezoning, but either through voluntary limitations or subject to required development standards may address anticipated impacts to the surrounding community and may find the use appropriate. The CD process can allow for additional, but not a reduction in standards to address compatibility. The process generally assumes the use can be compatible with the surrounding area if the minimum standards are met or additional standards are agreed to increase compatibility. This only applies to the solar systems. The current RA zoning in that area would limit non-residential uses on rural home occupations to a maximum building size of 12,000 square feet if the owner lives on or adjacent to the property and has at least 35 feet of road frontage. Don't have the map up here, but 2 of those tracts would not qualify for that standard simply because they don't have road frontage. So the maximum building size that would be allowed there is 2,000 square feet. So 5 of those tracts could probably enjoy a 3 of those tracts could probably enjoy a 12,000 square foot building or rural home occupation, and 2 of them, the maximum size would be 2,000 square feet. So we look at the vicinity conditions. Sites denoted in yellow. To the north and to the west are 9 tracts that are owned by Statesville Brick. They total about 322 acres. You can see the disturbed area here used to mine shale clay. That property is zoned industrial. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they received a conditional use permit for that particular request some years in the past. We look at the southwest border of the property. There's 5 RA zone parcels that front US 52. There's a CBI CD district here for some auto related businesses, car lot and the like. As we move north, there's 7 vacant RA zone properties. 4 of these are in timber management or forestry management. They total 629 acres. On the northeast border, which is this corner, there's 4 RA zone properties and 1 residence here. And then the southeastern border, there's 10 residences here, and this is all still RA zone property. South of the site on Old Beatty Ford Road or south of Old Beatty Ford Road are 16 zoned RA properties. On this north side, there's 11 residences. There's a CBI piece of property here. And then across the street is the Gold Hill Air Park. Our calculation is that there's about 51 lots and there's currently 30 residences at this site. So we look back real quickly at our zoning analysis or what's going on in the area. This is These are the activities that have been going on since 1998, and it's been quite busy. You see that there have been 8 conditional use permit issued, 2 ZBA cases, and 8 rezonings since 1998. Again, this is the site. This purple area indicates industrial properties to its west. So the conditional district standards, this is real quick. The staff report tends to address them in a little bit more detail. But when we look at the site plan, we can pull some information from it. We know that DOT has issued driveway permits for access onto US 52, as well as Old Betty Ford Road. What we call the system area, that's 100 feet from property lines. They adhere to that. This boundary here shows a 100-foot setback. The inverters and similar structures are at least 300 feet from any adjacent resident church or school on an adjoining tract. These tend to be in this area or along this southern border and in this corner here. These are not residential properties on the northern side. The airport zoning overlay is not specified for the Gold Hill Airpark. It's not an FAA regulated airfield. The ordinance only recognizes the Mid-Carolina Regional Airpark. The applicant has proposed alternative screening and buffering as opposed to using the type B buffer that we have in the ordinance, which this is an allowance, and we'll talk just a little bit more about that as we move forward. All the internal access roads shown indicate, at least in their site plan notes, they will meet the aggregate base course standard. There is a decommissioning estimate that is provided in the wealth of material that you have. And then there's a lot of other stuff that is included with this application that we have attached. So we talked a little bit about the alternative buffers and screening. This is primarily applied along that southern border, which is the Old Betty Ford Road area, and then a little bit on the 52 side and on that eastern border as it goes north. And we're going to look, we've got some drone footage that I think will show this a little bit better. But generally speaking, within that 100-foot buffer, they've got 50 feet of undisturbed area. And they've got an additional 30 feet of what they're called managed regrowth. And not to put words in their mouth, but I think what this means is that they'll allow it to grow to a point to where it does not shade the panels and cause them a problem. This other 20 feet, I think, is going to be planted with some type of pollinator-friendly mix. They've got a biodiversity plan that I'm going to generally talk about, and I hope they address a little bit more in those areas. This is a revision from the plan that was submitted to the planning board. There were some, a lot of comments about visibility. So what the applicant did is that they have proposed a different type of access from 52 into the site. So really the road comes and it curves around. And so you really wouldn't see into the site other than this drive. This location, although it's not shown, would be required to be fenced. That would be a controlled access. Give you a little bit better perspective. This is kind of an oblique image, but this is what it would look like here. That's one of their substation locations, but this is what the drive off of 52 would look like. This would be Old Betty Ford Road here. So you see their alternative buffer or their trees that would remain. Any questions so far? Okay.
So Ed, you're saying that it shouldn't be visible from 52?
Based on that proposal, yes, sir. That's what their claim is, or their position is. I mentioned this, the biodiversity plan. It's included in your Exhibit 15. There's a lot of information in there. It's 3 different sheets. Talks about the pollinator areas or where they're going to seed with different type of seeding mixtures. You'll see these managed regrowth buffer areas, the riparian and wetland buffers. as well as location of avian and bat habitats that they've incorporated into the site. We're going to switch gears. I'm going to get Shane to pass out a site plan that we saw earlier. And I hope it's not confusing, but I want you to have it in your hand while we're looking at this drone footage, so you get a sense of where we are on the site. And so if you're looking at this, what's on the screen for those in the audience is a copy of the same that the commissioners have. And so we're going to start here on 52, and we're going to work our way around this site in a counterclockwise manner. And I'm going to stop a couple points along the way to point out a couple of things. What I would tell you here is, look, notice these, the riparian buffer, for these 100-foot buffers that they've proposed as per the land use plan recommendations. Actually, this would be a 50-foot because it's outside the watershed area, but these interior would be the 100 feet. The blue areas indicate the panel areas. There's some wetlands that have been identified. They're showing a 50-foot buffer around them. So with that being said, let's see if we can do this. Okay, we're starting at 52, which would be to my back. We're looking interior towards the shad tract. That is parcel 540-026. And we're going to travel in a easterly or southeasterly direction. You'll notice that the shad tract has been timbered at some point. We're still looking in toward the shad property. Right here, looking across the way, this would be the Statesville Brick property. At least I imagine that to be. It remains wooded. So we turn. This would be the interior of the Tall Pines property, appropriately named. So at this point, it may be hard to tell, but the deciduous trees that are here are going to be in the buffer. The pines that are here are going to be part of the panel array that will be removed. We're continuing in an easterly manner along those properties that front Old Beatty Ford Road. Again, these would be the riparian or the buffer areas that are shown on the site plan. At this point, this is the access onto Old Beatty Ford Road. So we're at this location here. See, that's wooded. We're looking north. We're going to move east, and then we'll go north again. These trees that are on this access parcel, it's about 2 acres, I think will remain. That access there on the Old Beatty Ford Road would require to be fenced. Again, we're looking in towards the Tall Pines property. We're going to make an easterly turn. I think this is a good shot. You look at your the site plan. We're looking back through here. Get a good idea of what the buffer would look like. All this interior would be panel area.
Those are pine trees.
Yes, sir. I think they are.
So that's all been clear cut at least once.
I would imagine at some point, I think Mr. Nash is here. He could probably address what the schedule of the cycle of those being removed is. And that's a requirement of being in the forestry management program. Again, I think this is just a good representation of what the buffering is going to look like relative to where the panel area is. We're at this point looking in a westerly fashion. So at this point, we're going to turn and go back east, just for those keeping track. This area here that's open is the same that you're looking at here. So we're heading back in a westerly manner toward 52. As Commissioner Klusman mentioned, this is still the tall pines tract, but you can see that these trees are in a different area or different stage of growth as compared to some of the others. So they have been cut. Again, I think it's powerful to see the buffering that's there that is purported to remain. At this point, this is really what I would say is the convergence of Riles Creek and the tributary that continues south with this location, and we're looking this way. And this would be the Marshall tract, I believe, here in this area. Not many pines there. I think when we go to the next parcel would be the barrier tract, and I think that one's got more pines on it. And real soon, we'll come back toward the Statesville brick property. I think we're about to be there now. We're looking in toward the Shad tract, that main tract off 52. Yeah, and right here is the Statesville brick property. If you remember, right when we first started, we stopped and looked back toward this tract. We'll turn south, or I guess west, actually, and head back to 52 to the entrance. So this would be looking in a southerly direction toward the Gold Hill Air Park. I think that may actually be the runway there, but that's the Gold Hill Air Park property. There's the view onto 52 and Old Beatty Ford Road there.
And is that, was that the other solar farm in the background, or is that something else?
No, that's the Carolina Perlite property, which
Back up just a little bit. The other shot you had. All right, now come east. A little bit more. Yeah, over there in the upper right-hand corner.
could be.
I think that's what Mike was asking about.
Yeah, that,
Oh, Eagle Eye. So that's the project site from the drone. And let's finish up with the staff report. So those are the standards that are in the ordinance. The next thing that we want to look at real quick are the land use plan recommendations. These are the ones that were adopted in tandem with, with the zoning recommendations. First item was areas currently served or having the potential to be served by water or sewer infrastructure, not preferred locations. Rowan County doesn't have any utilities in that area, but the site is currently proximate to the North Stanley Pfeiffer Water District, which has limited service in Rowan County. They serve the Gold Hill Airport. And talking with their staff, they do have capacity, but there's no plans to extend anything beyond their current service area. Stanley County Utilities is the sewer provider. Sewer is located behind Pfeiffer University, and it terminates there, and likewise, no intent on moving forward with an extension there. We feel that even if water service was extended, the benefit is negated because the soils are such poor quality. It really won't do a whole lot of good to have water without sewer service. Existing industrial and economic development zoning districts listed with the EDC are not preferred locations. The Perlite property is the only one that's zoned industrial. None of the other tracts are listed or have been listed with the EDC. Third item, these are encouraged in areas with low to moderate residential population densities in combination with buffers and screening. We haven't pulled any 2020 data or updated our plan, but from 2000 to 2010 of the East Land Use Plan, it suggests that the population densities here are in the middle to lower density categories of the three in the planning area. Fourth item, locations or areas of a site with topography such that screening or visual separation cannot be achieved from adjoining properties or roadways within a 3-year time frame should be avoided. Didn't mention this in the review or the presentation tonight, but in the staff report, it does indicate that Old Beatty Ford Road and US 52 are kind of the ridge lines that are formed there. And this site tends to sit a little bit lower. The applicant that we looked at and seen has proposed use of existing vegetation and tree line within its buffers, and they claim to achieve this standard in locations depicted on the site plan. They have provided an alternative that adjoins some of those properties on the southern border to use that type B screening. The Benton tract is where that seems to be applied. If they did any plantings there, they're between 4 and 6 feet tall at the time of planting, which is our type B requirement. Again, we talked about the modification of the site access from 52, so the site really couldn't be seen from the road. We talked about this, sites that occupy prime soils or displace active farming operations are not preferred. But if they are, they should incorporate native plants or grasses as ground cover and include pollinator-friendly vegetation. I think based on the soil survey, these are not prime soils, but interestingly enough, they are in some form of agriculture production and tree production. Commissioner Klusman pointed this out, that some of the site had been timbered, but that's part of what management plans require. I mentioned the biodiversity plan, which does go into the idea of incorporating native plants or grasses as ground cover. There's no panel locations within the special flood hazard area, so that requirement's moot point. We talked about utility extensions, sites within the viewshed of a public park or national register site are not preferred. There's information from the State Historic Preservation Office that indicates no historic resources would be affected. Utility scale solar energy systems locating within 1 mile of another is not preferred or is discouraged. The closest one in Rowan County is over 2 miles away northwest of the site. Perhaps we've seen this one from our drone footage, but there is a 500-acre facility located in Stanley County that borders both Cabarrus and Rowan, approved in 2018. According to their staff, when we talked to them, they said construction was imminent, but it looks like quite possibly it's on the ground. A maximum system acreage of 50 acres preferred, but may be increased based on the site's ability to meet all the other recommendations that we have. This site is more than 10 times that recommended acreage. And they do have acreage within US 52 highway corridor. Our staff recommendations were to increase the riparian buffer to 100 feet from all perennial streams within the Tuckertown watershed, and 50 feet for streams outside the watershed 4 area. The applicant's site plan has been upgraded to address this. They have also provided consistent setback of 50 feet around identified wetland areas. We had recommended that prior to commencing the activity or construction, that they do a site survey for any endangered, threatened, rare species. The applicant's response to that was that we, as a county, we don't typically or actually have jurisdiction to require this, but they have indicated they will comply with all federal and state guidelines related to those endangered and threatened species. Reseeding all disturbed areas within the system area with pollinator-friendly seed mixtures. Their biodiversity plan indicates they will. And they also indicated they will comply with the disconnect link that we talked about earlier. So we talked about a lot, or I've talked a lot. You guys have done this before. The deliberation, you can add conditions. If you do, they've got to be agreed upon by the applicant. And then they should address any reasonable expectations or impacts that you expect would occur at the site. And then you've got the general rezoning notion there. The planning board statement is included. Their recommendation was to not approve this based on it not being consistent with East Rowan land use plan. For those 3 reasons there. There's another solar energy system less than 1 mile. The solar recommendation is for 50 acres. It can be expanded if it meets all the other criteria, but they didn't think they were met. And they felt there was a detrimental impact on the airport-based community that lies adjacent to the proposed site. And I don't want to get too far ahead, but this is part of the recommendation. And this would require a separate motion. Assume if the application were approved, then you would need to look at the vested rights request. And conditional district zoning, if it's approved, it's only good for 2 years. And so what they're requesting is they would like a 4-year window to begin construction of this project. They do have a site-specific vesting plan based on our analysis. The way the ordinance reads, it may be granted if it's warranted by the size and phasing of the project, the level of investment, the need, any economic cycles or market conditions. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it does require a separate legislative decision by the commission. And this would only need to happen if the application were approved or conditionally approved. It's giving them an extra time period. So with that being said, I'll be glad to try to answer any questions. And also like to sit down.
I had a couple of questions.
Sir.
Offhand, do you know, I know this is the first solar farm we've looked at since the ordinance change. Do you know what the largest tract that we've approved so far offhand?
I think it's 106 acres. 110.
110. And has the Perlite, have they weighed in on this either way?
No, they have signed an application that's in here that authorizes Okra Holdings to submit this application on their behalf.
Oh. And then, so I guess when all this started coming out, we heard the land wasn't very good, and you've talked about it's not usable for septic systems. And maybe my farmer friends can answer this, but I see, as you mentioned, there's trees everywhere, so apparently things can grow out here. I was thinking we were talking about a desert or something out there. But I mean, what can grow an orchard out there, I guess, if trees are growing?
Depends on the type of land and whether it holds water all the time or. usually septic systems, if the water won't drain so that you can continually have water coming in there. It just stays there. So it just depends, yes, depending on the land, it could have orchards in it or something else.
All right. That's all I had for now.
Good to sit down.
So moved. Ed, I do have one question. You don't have to get us. We had, in the new ordinances, we had asked for a bond to be put in to bring, in case we had to bring back this, decommission this. Was there a value that was calculated for that?
My recollection, it was 1.4 million. Is that? Where's, yeah, I think it's 1.37, right at 1.4. But we wouldn't do that until the project is approved. And they didn't submit a check for us to hold. Is that your question? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Updated will be finalized.
Right.
All right, is the applicant ready, and would you like to come forward? Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all again. We want to open that presentation. It's, let's see, somebody else is driving, it looks like. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Yep. That works well. If you could just, all right, great. Saw it on the desktop. Yeah. No, where is it? Landon, do you see it up there? Okra, I think it's the one right in the middle, up one more.
Next one up.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. That's not us right there.
Aaron, close that tab if you can, and maybe the other tabs will show up. There we go.
There it is. Yeah, perfect.
And then if you don't mind clicking the arrow in the center on the right side to make it full, to hide that menu. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Great. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Brian Bednar. I'm the founder and president of Bird's Eye Renewable Energy, based in Charlotte. And as of May of this year, a wholly owned subsidiary of Dominion Energy from Richmond, Virginia. Bird's Eye represents Okra Holdings, the Nash family, Nick Chirico and Carolina Perlite, the Barrier Marshall families, and the Shad family are Rowan County landowners who are all in attendance tonight. So they're here in the audience with us today. 10 years ago, I met with former Commissioner Raymond Coltrane to discuss solar development and how it could be successful in Rowan County. Mr. Coltrane had me explain how solar could benefit Rowan County and its landowners, but really emphasize that the importance of avoiding prime ag land and also avoiding the I-85 corridor, which is Rowan County's engine for economic growth. He also wanted to understand the steps we could take to ensure the removal of our equipment at the end of the project life. This guidance and our deep experience directed us to Southeast Rowan County and the Okra site in 2018, prior to the moratorium, when we first started working on this project. Later, as we engaged with the planning staff on the new solar ordinance, it was clear that solar was both the highest and best use for the Okra land and fully aligned with the commission's new criteria for large-scale solar in the county. My Director of Development, Landon Abernathy, will be showing you how the Okra site implements best-in-class site design and exceeds Rowan County's zoning requirements on all fronts. We will highlight the significant steps we have taken to minimize potential impacts on neighbors or public rights of way. Clearly, this project has generated opposition from folks who prefer that our landowners continue to grow trees in the same fashion they have for 50 years. We recognize the commission has great responsibility weighing our case around property rights, the economic benefits of solar, against the opponent's objections to development and solar in Gold Hill. I wish the project could be screened from the air or not displace local hunting, but I'm extremely proud of our efforts to address sincere good faith concerns gathered from our multiple neighborhood outreach events. In coordination with the staff, we've continually improved our approach and put forward what I think is a really good plan. With that, I'd like to have Landon Abernathy, our Director of Development, to walk you through quickly the points that were in the land use plan, how we are addressing those in our overall design for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Landon Abernathy, Director of Development at Birdseye Renewable Energy. We're at 1125 East Moorhead Street in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204. Find my cursor here. All right, so thank you to Mr. Muir for that comprehensive overview. He did a lot of work, a lot of my work for me here in giving an overview of the project and really highlighting a lot of the benefits and what we have to take advantage of on this site. And thanks to Brian for setting the stage here. You know, as he said, you know, we've closely tracked Rowan County through the years. We've long understood the intents and the values and how large-scale solar can fit in Rowan County. So when the land use plan regulations came through and the new ordinance was adopted, there were no surprises there, and we easily complied with all of those recommendations and all of the ordinance requirements, as Mr. Muir explained. You know, a couple of things that I want to talk about right off the bat. The first being the scale of solar in North Carolina. Solar is getting bigger in North Carolina, and that's just a fact. And the reason for that is that the North Carolina Utilities Commission, the North Carolina legislature has directed Duke Energy to provide renewable energy at the lowest cost to the ratepayer. And the way that they're doing that is through a competitive bid process. So by means of an example, in the last competitive bid process for power to Duke Energy, solar power to Duke Energy, about 685 megawatts were awarded to 11 projects across the state. All 11 of those projects were at the transmission interconnection scale and similar scale to what you've got in front of you for consideration tonight. So it's really the way that the market's going. Birdseye saw this early, was proactive in trying to understand how Rowan would want to look at a large scale solar project. And that's what originally brought us to this site in the first place, well ahead of the moratorium and the new ordinance. So what we've got in front of you here is an overlay. So you've got the available transmission infrastructure in Rowan County. All of these blue lines that you're seeing are transmission lines that we could interconnect on. The red line running through the middle is I-85. Obviously, you know, as Brian mentioned, the real engine of growth in Rowan County, associated population centers inside of that corridor and around it lead to alternative higher and best use cases. So we don't want to be there. we understand the value of not displacing prime farmland in Rowan County. So the underlying layer here that you're seeing dark green is prime farmland. As you move over to the southeast portion of the county, you'll see that it switches to white and light green, indicating that this is not prime farmland and really the optimal location to interconnect in Rowan County. As you move further to the east, all the way on the east side, there's another transmission line that could be interconnected on. But again, you're approaching High Rock Lake, the Tuckertown Reservoir, other areas that we would prefer not to impact. So, again, going back to the land use plan recommendations, why this was cited here originally, you get a pretty clear view for where a large solar could be harmonious and could it fit in well in Okra, in Rowan County. So that being said, we also understand that just a high level region isn't nearly enough. We know that Southeast is the area that we want to be in, but we also want to make sure that we can appropriately develop and screen a project, whether it's 5 acres, 50 acres, or 500 acres. If it's right against the road, it's not effectively screened, it's going to negatively impact the area. Again, at that scale, if you can screen it and if it's developed appropriately, it really is a low impact and benign use. I think Ed's aerial drone footage was really instrumental in making that point. We've got a lot on this site that we can take advantage of through buffering, through screening, through setbacks, through smart design. We can tuck this way back and out of the public view. And I think you'd be challenged to find another 575 acres anywhere in the county that's this isolated with 260 feet of road frontage that's completely mitigated against by our site design. So looking at our site plan here, again, Mr. Mayor did a fantastic job running through the site plan. So I can be really brief here. I won't waste your time on how we meet the ordinance requirements. I would like to just briefly highlight a couple of points where we exceed the guidelines, where we've accounted for community concerns and staff comments that have been provided to us. And just rest assured that we really have taken every step we could possibly take in the design and the layout to provide a plan that's not going to impact the local community. Before I get into those specifics, though, I do want to address the safety concerns that have been brought to our attention, both through the aviation folks down at the Gold Hill Airport and at the volunteer fire department. So, what we've done is basically engaged with two different folks and really try to understand the safety concerns that have been raised. And we've taken those safety concerns really seriously. So in your packets that we provided ahead of the hearing here, you've got an affidavit from Patrick Fledenholm, who is an independent flight instructor. We really just went out to him and asked him to determine if the concerns that have been raised have merit. We found that they don't from a flight instructor point of view. We asked the hard questions and we asked for an independent point of view in response. So he's here to deliver that to you tonight. We've also gotten concerns around environmental health and safety. We've got Chris Sandifer here this evening, engineer, member of the Nash County Planning Board, also happens to be a landowner of a solar project himself, who can speak to some of those concerns that have been raised. And finally, in response to fire and rescue and emergency response, we've worked with the North Carolina Clean Energy Technology Center out of North Carolina State University to pull together, and we've reached out to the Rowan County Fire Marshal and the Gold Hill Volunteer Fire Department and committed to provide an in-person training for all of the regional first responders that could be called upon. That would be pulling from curriculums already developed and available from Underwriters Laboratories, National Fire Protection Association, International Association of Firefighters. But the goal there is just to make sure everyone who could be called upon in an emergency response understands the technology, They understand the safeties that are built in through our design and through the National Electric Code, and they understand how to respond effectively and appropriately, both inside and outside of the fence line. So back to our site design, and Mr. Muir used this aerial as well. I think it's a good one, and it really shows the scale of what we've proposed here. So we are stepping back out of the highway US 52 corridor 600 feet. So no development happens within 600 feet north of US 52. We heard it again and again as we were reaching out to the community, reaching out to local stakeholders, the importance of protecting that corridor, both for the residents in the area and for the traveling public coming out to Gold Hill. So we've stepped that far enough back that it really is going to be very effectively screened from US 52. We've also moved the substation. The original location of the substation was right down here on this corner. We've pushed that back outside of the 600-foot area. And we were also looking into, with Duke, moving that substation completely across the road, hence the addition of the 9 acres south of 52 on the Perlite property on their industrial land. So the intent there is to provide the lowest impact possible use that we can. We've got some challenges on the engineering side with that substation location, but we're working through that with the Duke transmission team right now. But regardless, it's going to be either 600 feet and effectively screened or south of the road behind Perlite. Again, Mr. Muir, great job on describing our vegetative buffer, and you really nailed it. So the strategy here is maintain mature canopy for long-range view shed impacts, come back behind that 50-foot of existing material with planted vegetation, managed regrowth. And the intent there is really build out that medium and understory density. So at ground level, you're not just looking straight through at the solar field. And what we're able to do with this strategy, as opposed to a typical type 2 buffer, is start visual screening on day 1. So we're not waiting on a multi-year grow-in period, things dying, things falling over, material being replaced. It's screened on the first day. So just a couple of quick overviews. So here we've taken this photo north of Old Beatty Ford Road on the south boundary of the property, looking at the property line and that existing vegetation that stays in place. If we were to pull all of that out, so clear all of that mature canopy right up to the fence line or to the property line, go back in with that type 2 buffer, it's going to grow in over time, but you're going to have some initial visual impact. Whereas with our strategy, leaving the mature vegetation up front, taking advantage of the volunteer growth that's already happening back there, we've really already got a really nice, dense visual buffer. And this is right on the property line. You back this up to Old Beatty Ford, again, topography falling off to the north, it just leads to a scenario where we can really effectively screen this. Biodiversity plan. So we've developed this with input from Fish and Wildlife Service, NC Wildlife Commission. And the goal here is to integrate visual screening, wetland buffers, site seed selection, wildlife corridors. We've got corridors that run both north to south and east to west across the site. All of our fencing, everything wraps up into a comprehensive plan with 2 goals. Number 1, stewardship of the wetland and stream features that are on site, maintenance of those existing native riparian buffers that Mr. Muir showed us. Yeah, so basically just wrapping up the plan and making sure we've got something really strong here, promoting biodiversity, wildlife habitat and forage, pollinator support, and stewardship. Wrap all of that together with the areas that we've gone above and beyond the ordinance. And what you end up with is, out of our 575 acres, less than 300 acres of that is actually under solar, with the remaining 275 acres being in some form of preservation land on the site. Again, above and beyond ordinance required vegetated buffers, the ordinance would require 36 acres. We're providing 117 acres when you add up all of these categories of buffers that we've gone beyond the county ordinance. And then finally, this all comes at a fiscal and economic benefit to the county. We've provided a full economic report from Mangum Economics. We've got Mr. Mangum available for questions if you have them, but just at its very basis, just looking at the direct tax benefits to the county over the 40-year life under current agricultural use, it would drive about $72,000 of revenue to the county. What we're proposing here would drive $684,000 taxation of real property. That's assuming that the value assessment stays the same as it is now, and then an additional $1.9 million taxation of capital investments. And that comes with $2.3 million direct to the county and about $285,000 that goes to the East Gold Hill Fire District directly. Again, this is all for a safe, quiet, benign use that allows landowners to profit from their property without impacting the use and the enjoyment of any of their neighbors. Thank you.
I have a question. Hello?
Good evening, Commissioners.
I have a question before the last person.
Go ahead.
Do you want to take questions now or do we want to hold them? Go ahead. Great.
You want me to wait?
Perfect.
It's just real quick.
April, are we on? Yeah.
Yes, sir, you're on.
Okay. Okay, so you're going to have all the vegetation and everything. What is actually going to be planted underneath the solar arrays?
Yeah, so that's also called out in our biodiversity plan here. And in your packet, you've actually got a zoom in of the exact species, but we took those lists of species that we would plant. Typically under the solar array, we need something that's going to stabilize for erosion control. We're getting away from a Bermuda fescue mix and moving more towards a clover as a nitrogen fixer, providing pollinator benefits. But you've actually got 3 different components of seed mixes inside the array here. Some following these wetland buffers that we can allow to grow a little bit taller and flower. We've got dedicated pollinator seed beds where we can just completely let them grow wild. And we'll really be focusing on those species that provide wildlife habitat, forage, pollinator support.
Thanks.
Yeah. Great.
Good evening, Commissioners and the Board. My name is Patrick Lovenholm. My address is 149 Yeager Road in Mooresville. I've been a pilot and a flight instructor for 16 years. I own a flight school here in the local area, and between I and our group of flight instructors have taught hundreds of passionate pilots. I hold a mechanical engineering degree and an MBA from NC State. I've flown single engine airplanes all over the world, including the Amazon jungle and the Caribbean islands. I was approached by the folks at Birdseye to give a pilot's perspective and review the Gold Hill Airpark concerns, and if the concerns are warranted, and how Birdseye can be good neighbors to the airpark. As we've all heard, there are some arguments concerning emergency landing areas that include this proposed solar farm. I fly out of the Lake Norman Airpark. Where's my... I'm not even running. Now I am. Yeah. There we go. I fly out of the Lake Norman Airport in neighboring Iredale County, and I've heard these arguments and wanted to give a differing, unbiased opinion for your review in this rezoning proposal. The airport I fly out of is on a peninsula. It's surrounded by water, houses, and trees. We have deer crossing the property all times, day, night. Deer and wildlife is a common occurrence across any airport, across any country, or across this country. Much like roads and highways, they have the same issues. Bigger municipal airports erect huge chain link security fences, but they usually fail at their goal. By the way, as a flight instructor, we and our students practice failed engine landings from our normal landing pattern, and it's actually a required maneuver for commercial pilot training. So Lake Norman Airport has hundreds of flights a day and has more than 50 homeowners living on the residential airpark side, and is a very popular destination for pilots coming into the Mooresville and the northern Charlotte area. There are hundreds of airports with these similar challenges across the country. They're surrounded by obstructions, obstacles, water, houses, and/or trees. The pilots flying in and out of them each and every day have procedures and training to accommodate these obstacles. When we talk about landing or taking off or crash landing if there's an emergency, this airport really has no reserves. If I land in the water, my plane is going to flip over, and I may have structural damage that could prevent doors and windows from opening in my egress. So here's a picture that I recently took off during a takeoff 30 minutes before sunset over the lake. The glare is natural, commonly occurs, and we as pilots just deal with it. We find ways to overcome the glare. This proposal uses tracking solar panels, not fixed panels that would produce this kind of glare. Now, let's look at the Gold Hill Airport flight pattern. The parallel legs that you see on the northern and southern side there in yellow, these are, we would fly those at about 1,000 feet above the ground. So if I were flying over the proposed project, I would not consider a crash landing into this proposed site. I'm staring at the perfect runway that's under a mile away, which is within my glide distance. As I approach the Gold Hill Air Park, I fly over the proposed site, but would not be falling straight down out of the sky. As an example, from a typical flight pattern approach using the aircraft manufacturer's handbook in the upper right-hand corner, I can glide over 1.5 miles at this normal 1,000-foot altitude when preparing for landing. The proposed site is not within my cone of concern. I'm looking for long, straight, flat areas such as the smooth fields to the south or the runway and roads in the area. When taking off, we practice engine emergencies and teach that the turn back to the runway is not worth trying, and that's why it's called the impossible turn. We instead teach to focus on a 45-degree cone ahead for places to land. In this cone would be Highway 52, other roads, and other fields. In this cone is not the proposed site. I'll be here until the end of the night for any questions for the board, if you'd like clarification from the pilot's perspective. Thank you.
Good evening, board. Thank you for hearing the application. My name is Chris Sandifer. I'm a graduate engineer. I have offices at 3118 Green Road, Spring Hope, North Carolina. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of North Carolina and multiple other states. I'm also a licensed electrical contractor in the state of North Carolina with the unlimited classification and then engineer of record for hundreds of utility scale solar farms. I serve in my third 3-year term on the Nash County Planning Board, and I'm a farmer, and I have 100 acres that I lease for 15 megawatts on family-owned farmland. Now, I just a few bullets I wanted to mention. I have reviewed and studied the toxic leach characteristic procedure for the proposed panels for this site, and I find them to be non-toxic. They can be installed in, or they could be put into a landfill if required, a non-hazardous landfill category 3. And wanted to also mention heard some comments about fuel load. It would be typically a summer grass that would be planted in and around the panels. It would behoove the operator to make sure that even though grass is not a very high potent fuel, but to keep that grass down to a minimum such that if there were any kind of grass fire, depending on temperature and humidity, that it would not cause any kind of damage to the panels. That would be probably part of their insurance rider. I was going to talk a little bit about the decommissioning plan. There's nothing that's put in there except for a few concrete pads for the equipment, for the inverters and the transformers. Everything else can be pulled out hydraulically. You pull the conductors out, you pull the conduits out, you pull the piles out and bolt the panels, and you can recycle all this. The three most common elements on the planet are aluminum, silicon, and oxygen. And those are the primary constituents of these solar panels. So I've said this before, they're extremely expensive, but not just equipment. Also, you have the interconnection with utility, the energy injection. That point of interconnection is highly valuable. And I've always said if Lacey wanted to let me have those panels and give them to me, I would retire. That would be, those are extremely valuable revenue source and income source. So there have been over 7,000 megawatts of utility scale solar panels installed in North Carolina by the end of last year, 2020, 7,000. There's no new technology here. It's well over 50 years old. We've been through hurricanes, hailstorms, floods, all here in North Carolina and across the nation. And there have been no environmental studies to indicate that there has been any detriment to the environment due to this type of facility. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
How many actual working days do you project for a solar farm this size?
How many years maybe?
No, out of a year, how many working days do you project?
Okay. Well, that's a fairly well-established fact. NREL does those studies, and I've done them. I would say approximately 300.
Right here. These are the patterns that they go around.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Where are we, Jay?
5 minutes, 37 left on their presentation. So any left over here will carry through to the phone.
Dear Rowan County Board of Commissioners, my name is Sam Nash. I have lived in Rowan County all my life. And the Nash family has roots in the county since the early 1800s. We have always tried to be good stewards for the land. We have always been reasonable neighbors and strive to get along with everyone. Our property consists of mainly shale soils that doesn't perk. We will be and have always been challenged with what we can do with this property. Past timber sales have yielded minimal return, and growing trees requires decades between harvesting. Our annual return on leasing the land for hunting helps to cover annual taxes. But we have always hoped to do more with the land. Approximately 3 years ago, we were presented with a proposal to include our land in a large solar development. A unique opportunity that allows us to keep the property in the family for future generations. When the opportunity to partner with a company like Bird's Eye Renewables presented itself, it made good sense to consider, since I knew that renewable energy was the way of the future. Property owners do have rights. One of the main property owners' rights is the right to derive income from their property. We were extremely discouraged to hear that a number of people opposed this rezoning, particularly people who were not even adjacent neighbors. My family has owned this land since the 1940s. Until a few years ago, when the land was moved into agricultural deferment, we paid full taxes on these acres for decades. We're especially confused that a group of people who choose to fly airplanes could claim that our land impacts their activities to the extent that they feel within their rights to dictate what we can do with our land. A solar farm is a passive neighbor. In fact, I don't know of anything else that is more passive than a solar installation. The complete area, as some of the other guys have mentioned, will be buffered with suitable shrubs, bushes, and/or trees, so that the site will not be seen from the ground. It will be completely fenced in and will not have any odor or smell, no business or extra traffic. All panels are made from non-glare materials. It is good for the environment because the solar installation harnesses electricity from the sun to make cheap, renewable, and clean electric energy for everyone. Bird's Eye Renewables have met the requirements of the county. As far as a solar farm is concerned, it is a win-win for the county. The county will receive a significant windfall in revenue if the land moves out of agricultural deferment, and the amount of approximately $2 to $2.5 million over the expected 40-year life of the project. Those increased taxes can do great things for Rowan County, for roads, bridges, schools, and other infrastructure. Out of understanding property owner rights and respect for them to earn an income on their own land, we strongly urge you to approve this rezoning request. We appreciate your service to Rowan County and devoting your time to understanding such a complex issue. Thank you, Sam Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Nash.
Thank you.
Before you run away, Sam,
What?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
So you've owned this property for a long time. What exactly have you been able to grow on that property besides pine trees?
The only thing we've been able to grow is loblolly pines.
Yeah.
That's the tree of choice.
Yeah. So that I've been out and looked at the dirt, as they say, the soil, and I was just really, curious as to what Commissioner Caskey had asked about what would be able to be growing on it. Is there anything else that you can grow on it? Can you graze cattle or anything like that?
Well, the land just doesn't absorb water. So to grow healthy grass, I guess you would need more water. And to get more water, you'd have to dig a bunch of wells. So we don't get a lot of rain around here. But it does grow a pretty good pine tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay, are we at our time?
Yes, so they have 1 minute they're going to carry forward to their rebuttal, so they'll have 60 minutes for rebuttal. I've got next, Mr. Ritchie. Is that the order that you guys are going to go in? And just so you know, I'm not counting your introduction time. I'm waiting till you get into the substance. So, and then I'm not running the clock in between people coming up to the podium.
Also, it's getting a little warm in here. If you all could alternate breathing, that would really be great. So if we could count off 1, 2, 1, 2, all the way around, then be great. Welcome. It's good to have you. It's going to be good to put some faces with some names that we've learned over the past several months. So welcome, Mr. Rich.
Thank you, Commissioner Eds. Good evening. My name is John Ritchie. My address is 310 Aviation Lane, Gold Hill. I'm speaking on behalf of many concerned Gold Hill citizens about the possible construction of this giant utility-scale solar project in the Gold Hill community. We thank the commissioners for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight about our concerns.
I tell you, before you get started, I think it'd be fair if we waited until Commissioner Klusman's back.
Okay. Would you like me to start over?
Oh, that's all right. Mr. Ritchie, Commissioner Klusman.
My picture.
Yes.
The IT guys doing this?
Yep. Here we go.
Okay. I'm not doing that. I'm not sure who's.
It's the wizard behind the curtain.
Apologies. We had a disconnection in the room. I was trying to help, but I think that it must be reconnected because I am not moving things.
Okay, can we get that? Okay, it doesn't like that.
Are we good?
Thank you.
April, will you tell us when you're ready?
Thank you, Ed. All right.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to close some of the things that are open because I think that's causing part of the confusion. So if you'll bear with me for just a moment, I'm going to close because we just have a presentation. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And it's this presentation right
It
here.
is this one. Yes, it is.
All right, let me close some of the other tabs unless there's any reason we should leave these open. Ed, do you need any of these left open?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just try to create some streamline here. So, all right, let me make sure that we are sharing our screen so that all of our online guests can see. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit share and we should be good to go. Sir, if you want to click within that window, then you can use your arrows right and left to control and we will give you the floor.
Okay. Can I get rid of that? There it goes. Okay. Trying to get rid of that lower panel. Is this it? Okay.
You're trying to go back.
Can we get rid of that lower panel, please? There we go. That looks good. All right, good evening. My name is John Ritchie. My address is 310 Aviation Lane, Gold Hill. I'm speaking on behalf of many concerned Gold Hill citizens about the possible construction of this giant utility-scale solar project in the Gold Hill community. We thank the commissioners for giving us the opportunity to speak tonight about our concerns. Okay, not getting the toggle. Go. All right. The part of my slides hidden there, but this is a Google Earth aerial view of the proposed site looking east across US 52. The blue cross hatching is an artist rendering representing the land area covered by the site. On the right is Gold Hill Air Park, a 32-home community on approximately 50 acres. The solar site is more than 11 times the air park size. Now, to the right of the air park, you can't see it on this picture, but off to the right is the more than 700-acre Meisenheimer solar project, which has been approved and is slated to begin construction soon. And earlier, an incorrect statement was made about the way some of us feel, neighbors. We are not against solar. I have solar panels on my own house. We're not against solar. We would accept almost any other type of development here, except this, it's just that this one is unusually hazardous to place next to an airport. Okay, I'm not getting the slide advance.
Sir, if you can use your right and left arrows once you click within that window, and then don't hover toward the bottom if you want to keep the screen away, that should advance.
Yes, ma'am, have it now. Okay, the proposed solar project being considered tonight would dominate the Gold Hill community. In this overhead view, if you look at the top left, you can see the post office. Down towards the lower left, the Gold Hill Village, Carolina State Light at the bottom, and Gold Hill Air Park over underneath the proposed project. The dashed white line is the airport traffic pattern for Gold Hill Air Park, a standard rectangular FAA prescribed flight path. Note how much of the site is located directly under the airport traffic pattern, which poses a major safety hazard for pilots flying at Gold Hill Air Park. An emergency landing into this area would be disastrous. Note how the proposed site dwarfs Carolina State Light. If you've been there, you know that's a very large facility. This thing is many times that size. The site would become the dominant and defining feature of the entire Gold Hill community. Now, it's notable that Rowan County's solar energy system land use recommendations, which were recently enacted, state that its primary purpose is to ensure utility scale systems are not a dominant land use. Now, just to get a size estimate of this thing, how big this really is, let's look at Salisbury, something we all know well. If the project site was overlaid on Salisbury along Ennis Street as shown here, it would span from Arlington Street near I-85 all the way up through the square here, right by us, on out past Salisbury Motor Company, all the way out to Dairy Queen and even Memorial Park Cemetery. This is the huge site. This is as big as downtown Salisbury. And it's going to be placed in little old Gold Hill. That's how big this site really is. All right, we are thankful and we appreciate the commissioners adopted the solar energy system land use recommendations in April of this year to define how and where these systems should be located. And we trust that these will be adhered to and used to benefit all citizens of Rowan County. As shown in this slide, the proposed project fails to meet at least 5 of the 17 policy standards named in the recommendations. We believe the application should be denied based on these reasons. Now let's briefly explore those. According to the land use recommendations, utility scale solar energy systems locating within 1 mile of another utility scale solar energy system is discouraged. Well, here you can see that indeed there is another system. The 700-acre plus Meisenheimer project is located approximately 3/4 of a mile south and is placed directly up against the Rowan County border. The Meisenheimer mega site was approved in 2018 and construction is now imminent. With less than 1 mile spacing between these sites, the zoning application clearly does not comply with the land use recommendation. Now, some have suggested the presence of Meisenheimer project should be ignored because it originates from a different jurisdiction, that is Stanley County. However, the recommendation clearly states that locating within 1 mile of another utility scale system is discouraged without prescribing any jurisdictional limits. As a practical matter, its massive presence is and will absolutely be there and cannot be denied. It shares over 3,000 feet common border with Rowan. As a result, Rowan citizens will be unfairly squeezed between these two mega systems if this is allowed to happen. Now, the following is a very important point here to consider. If the intent and purpose of the recommendation is to protect citizens from being crowded out by these large systems, ignoring the Meisenheimer project will deny Rowan citizens that live along the edge of the county the same protection afforded those that live near the center of the county. They do get to enjoy the protection of 1 mile spacing. Here we wouldn't. This leads into the fundamental concept of equal protection. Common sense should prevail in favor of treating all Rowan citizens equally, not just those that are away from the edge, but on the edge as well. Now, there's a question of overreach here. The recommendations indicate that the solar sites should be no more than 50 acres, spaced a mile apart, at least a mile apart. In this case, both of these sites are more than 10 times larger. Just not one, but both of them are 10 times the recommended size. And they're spaced even closer together than a mile. It's 3/4 of a mile. This is overreach in not one, but 2 dimensions. And note the word discouraged is used in the recommendation. The word discouraged is used instead of not preferred. This is the strongest language used anywhere in the recommendations. So this is a very important point. Now let's look at this again about placement of systems in the county. The land use recommendations that have recently been enacted, they wisely define a maximum solar site density of 5.2% of the county's land area. Now, let me explain this. It's not explicitly written, but the way the rules are written, you can't go past 5%. Now, if you wanted to pack the entire county with solar sites, per the limits of the recommendations, it would result in a tightly packed hexagonal pattern of sites as shown on the left, where dozens of 50-acre sites are spaced a mile apart from each other. That's the most you could ever do and still be compliant. The scale drawing indicates what it would look like from above. Now, if you take a single basic cell, as in a tile floor, look on the right side, take one of those out and look at that. You can measure the overall solar coverage by simply comparing the yellow areas to the area of the triangle. This results in a maximum of 5.2%. Now, obviously, you can't do this in Salisbury or other cities, but if you were to cover the entire county and pack it maximum, according to the recommendations, it's mathematically impossible to exceed 5.2% solar site density. So only 5% of the land will be covered in solar sites, the way that this is written. And we believe that was a wise choice. Now, in Gold Hill, we have a little different situation. Let's look at that. Now, what happens when you go 11 times the recommended size, as is here? At least 11 times, a minimum of 11. If you take the 50-acre sites out and replace them with 560 acres, all of a sudden the solar density soars to 23.9%. That's almost a quarter of the land area. And would anyone consider it reasonable to have almost 1/4 of the county covered in solar panels? To fix this, it would require increasing the spacing of these giant systems. These 2 giant systems have to be spaced out to 3.3 miles to get back to that 5% target. So we're really getting squeezed in Gold Hill with this. It's way beyond what was anticipated in the land use recommendations. of a 5% maximum packing. This, almost 25%. It actually, in Gold Hill, it's even worse because we have sites bigger than 560. We have one that's 560 proposed as tonight, and the other one is well over 700 acres, and it's spaced less than a mile apart. So that, in that case, our coverage goes way up above 25%. And it would still require, even if these two sites were exactly 1 mile apart, it still would require 3 mile separation to get back to a nominal 5% density that's written into the recommendations. We think Gold Hill deserves equal protection along with the rest of Rowan County, and we respectfully request that the commissioners would offer this same protection by preventing this from being overwhelmed with giant solar sites. Now let's look at another topic here, water access. The proposed site's less than 1,700 feet from an existing water main from Pfeiffer North Stanley Water Association. As stated in the recommendation, areas currently served or having the potential to be served by water or sewer infrastructure are not preferred locations. So here it has the potential. There's a water main 1,700 feet away. You've got a giant site. If you were to use that, it could easily be extended over there. And yes, of course, Pfeiffer Stanley says we have no plans because they haven't been asked to. They could easily be done. So it does have the potential to be served by water. Therefore, this site is not in compliance with the recommendation. Now, as for sewer, it's been mentioned that septic systems are not advised. The proposed site could likely use an engineered wastewater system, just as the airport does across the road. We don't have, our land doesn't perk either. We have a wastewater system. It's paid for by the residents. It works. It's EPA approved. It's this thought that the land is useless because you can't have septic is just not true. We do it right across the street and have been since 1985. So therefore, both water and sewer solutions do exist for low density residential or light commercial if desired. It's not as bad as stated. Okay, on the 52 corridor, this is another item. The project is located on the 52 corridor, but in fact, it's on both sides, not just one. Now, here's an important point about this part. Some have suggested that the project is in compliance because only a small percentage of the project will be located on the 52 corridor. I think it was said 7% or something. So, okay, it's a small amount. However, this is irrelevant. No matter how small or big, it is on the corridor. You can't disagree with that. What would be an acceptable percentage? And will future cases, when someone comes to apply for the same kind of thing, are they going to use percentages? Say, oh, it's not very much. You can just kind of write that off. It's not. No, the recommendation simply describes a binary choice of either being along the corridor or not along the corridor. This one is. So it's in violation of the recommendation. This next one, proposed site contains existing industrial district. One of the recommendations is existing IND districts are not preferred locations. And there it is. Part of the Polite property is zoned industrial. This is an attempt to use that for solar installation. So I mean, if you read the rule as written, it contains industrial district. And that's in direct contradiction of what was stated earlier in this meeting. Now back to the list. As listed here, the proposed project does not comply with 5 out of the 17 land use plan recommendations. This approaches 30% of the policies that are recommended. And how many are needed to say no to this project? The recommendations state that multiple not preferred or discouraged policies strongly suggest the Rowan County zoning ordinance has not been satisfied. Therefore, the application should be denied simply on these considerations. There's some adverse effects beyond the recommendations, things to consider in the community, adverse community effects. Aviation safety hazards, it's directly under an airport traffic pattern. With regards to having a lake around your airport, that's a heck of a lot better than landing into an electrified field of glass and metal with posts everywhere. It's virtually, it'd be devastating to pilots and passengers. People land in lakes all the time. And like we said, we're not opposed to solar. It's just this particular hazard is so extreme, we think it's an unacceptable place for placing near an airport. There can be towers, substation towers, interconnect towers could be a risk under the approach path, causing an acute landing hazard. And any tall structures could create hazards for general aviation or life flight operations that actually use our airport occasionally to pick up injured patients, especially at night or marginal weather. That's an oasis. There's only 2 airports in Rowan County that are improved, paved and lighted. That's Gold Hill and Salisbury, or Mid-Carolina. And Mid-Carolina and Salisbury enjoys an specific exclusion area around it to keep solar development around it for obvious safety reasons. Why not Gold Hill Airport? Why are we not considered in that? Isn't safety applicable to everyone? And then we have tax revenue comparison. Over the next 40 years, Gold Hill Airport will generate approximately 5 to 8 million in tax revenue at modest growth rates. Inflation, assessments and millage rates combined, somewhere between that. And in this past year, the airport paid $83,498 in taxes, over $83,000. Even at zero growth rate, 3.3 million. I compare that to what has been stated and it was in the Rowan Planning Board meeting minutes. It's mentioned that the project will generate 2.5 million over the useful life of the project. Now, whether that's 2021 dollars or not, it's not specified. But let's say it is or isn't. In worst case, at 0%, 3.3 million, and if we had zero growth at all, we would still have 32% more tax revenue than the proposed solar project over the next 40 years in 2021 dollars. So, if this project causes the airport's demise, Rowan County may suffer a net loss of $2 to $5 million approximately in tax revenue going forward because of the loss of the airport. And consider we do this. This is all done on 1/10 the acreage with families that live on the site and contribute to the community, unlike the solar project, which won't house any residents. Then there's the tourism question. Tourists come to Gold Hill from all over the U.S. and the world for the natural beauty and historic culture of the community. And visitors from the south will see this as they drive into Rowan County. We don't believe that these panels will be hidden by vegetation, maybe within our lifetimes. A massive 560 acre plus utility scale solar project clashes with the quaint natural atmosphere of Gold Hill community. And you think about decades have been spent building up this area for the tourism industry around the historic Gold Hill village. This will create an eyesore which will discourage growth in tourism. Adverse wildlife effects. Here's something that hasn't been mentioned. These 2 giant projects, when linked together, form a wall, a fenced wall. Remember, these are deer fences. Deer are not, in general, will not be in these projects because of the deer buster fence employed. It forms a wall over 3 miles long with a gap in the middle. And deer moving around, they're going to go up against those fences. They'll be funneled right into the gap there. We're going to have deer like crazy there. It's going to be deer collisions between vehicles and aircraft. It's going to highly increase that because of the funneling into that area. Okay. Neighborhood sustainability. Gold Hill Air Park is a community of homes that's self-sustaining, including a paved road system, community wastewater system, paved and lighted runways, and community trash pickup. The air park depends on the regular replacement of homeowners as they move on, age out, in order to remain financially viable. This is the big concern. If the solar installation creates flight hazards that deter people from buying these properties, the neighborhood may become unsustainable. We won't lose just 10% of our value. We'll lose 100% because we won't be able to maintain the wastewater system and all these other features. But we've already seen some evidence of that in the real estate market where people have walked away when they found out about this project because concerned about the hazards. In conclusion, we believe that the proposed solar installation is inappropriate in the Gold Hill community for all of these reasons. Once again, we're not against solar. We would accept almost any other type of development as there are ways to mitigate risks, but it's just that this one is unusually hazardous to place next to an airport. Given that the proposal fails to comply with at least 5 of the Rowan County Solar Energy Systems land use plan recommendations, and considering the aviation safety, the historic character, adverse wildlife effects, tax revenue, and neighborhood sustainability issues presented here, we respectfully ask that the commissioners vote to deny the rezoning application for this project. And thank you for your time and listening to our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Any questions? Okay.
Do they take care of that from the back, or do you need me to do it, or how do you do it?
You can control it or we can. Which would you prefer, sir?
I'll let you control it. I'll advance the slide, but if you can bring it up.
Yes, sir. If you'll bear with me for just a moment.
Thank you.
All right. And is this the Wiseman?
It's the Wiseman Save Gold Hill Airport. Well, good evening. Thanks for your patience too. My name is Ken Wiseman. I live at 300 Aviation Lane, Gold Hill, North Carolina. I'm a 45-year, 23,000-hour professional pilot, currently serving as chief pilot for a Fortune 100 company in Charlotte. Manage their flight department. I have aviation's professional top credentials, which includes an airline transport pilot's license and 3 flight instructor licenses. But I want to focus on this wisdom of you folks, because you folks are wiser than even retained flight instructors, because you came up with an incredible ordinance to protect the Salisbury Airport. It's there in front of us, Section 2164, utility scale solar energy systems. You folks determined that airports and giant industrial solar projects just do not coexist safely. And most thankfully, you folks with the Rowan County government have wisely recognized this fact and instituted ordinances to restrict industrial solar from being too close to the Salisbury Airport. Now, it's been said earlier tonight that the Gold Hill Airport doesn't really fit here because it's not an FAA airport. That's not quite accurate. Yes, it's privately paid for by all of us here, many of us on this side, but there's FAA certified pilots flying out of there with FAA certified airplanes in FAA airspace, with FAA rules for our flights, with charts and maps provided by the FAA on radio frequencies designated by the FAA. We just don't require the tax resources to fund the airport itself, take care of our own paving, lighting, insurance, but it's an airport. And it's an airport that the life flights use, law enforcement uses, we welcome that. The military can use it in an emergency, And the helicopters are constantly going back and forth, and they have it charted as a great place to put the ship down if they need to. Your wisdom in creating this AZO includes several key points we want to zero in on real quick. You mentioned the 10,000 feet from the center line of the runway and also from each runway end as the kind of the designated safe space, safe zone around the airport. That's very, very wise. It's about almost 2 miles. And you also notice that you don't want to create electrical interference because of navigation and communication signals. That's key. No glare. We're going to look at that. And then no bird strikes. Okay. I'm going to help you a little bit and advise you may want to consider changing that to wildlife strikes, because most of us pilots here would far rather hit a smaller bird than we would a deer, a big deer or something like that. So it's all about trying to mitigate wildlife strikes. And I think you see that wisdom. And then lastly, not in any way in danger with landing, takeoff, or maneuvering of an aircraft. And so I'd like to go first to the 10,000 feet. And let's see, how do we move this slide?
You can utilize your right and left arrows.
Okay. The 10,000 feet, take a look at this. This is the current Gold Hill Air Park. And what I did, the first little green line up above the word flight path is 3,000 feet out. The second one is 6,000 feet out. So everything in this green circle is actually within 6,000 feet of the Gold Hill runway. That's way less than 10,000. That's a really key point to understand, because that nearly 2 mile safety buffer just will not apply to us here if that solar complex is put in. And again, it's very wise that you've done so, and I want to help you guys see your own why for this. It's been mentioned earlier about the flight path. And I'll tell you what, I've taught a lot of students too. I don't know of any flight instructor that doesn't understand that you can't turn directly back to the runway and successfully land it always on a 3,000-foot runway. You can't do that. Talk about an impossible turn. You need to, and a lot of times an airplane that's wounded, whether it's an engine or an airframe problem, you're struggling to even keep it in the air. Maybe you can't even get to your 1,000-foot altitude. So there's a lot of things to really think about here. But we're required for safety reasons, again, by the FAA, to fly this standard traffic pattern around the airport. And we teach pilots how to prioritize an emergency landing. The open fields are better than the trees, are better than any kind of a man-made structure. There's nothing benign or low impact about what we're looking at right here. Here's an aircraft on the far left coming in. Notice how it strikes a tree. The tree sets it down on the ground. This person didn't even really get very hurt. The airplane was damaged. Trees are far better than any kind of a solar factory. These people landed, this family was in the top of the trees. The great firefighters took them 4 hours to get them out. You can survive trees. This is an incredible picture. On the right is Rommel's handmade drawing of how he was going to kill Allied pilots. They called that Rommel's asparagus from World War II. It looks incredibly like what goes on at a solar farm. Incredibly. And I'll tell you what, the devastation of putting out this kind of obstacle around an airport to create that kind of loss of life is just really unacceptable. You talk about the tragedy of trying to maneuver your airplane in and out daily of a place that you live. You've put your life savings in, and this is what you're going to have to live with each day. There is glare. Okay, there is glare. And I just ask you, this is my final slide, please do the next right thing. Keep those lights on for the emergency flights, the law enforcement flights, the military flights, and all of us. Protect Gold Hill Airport, just as you have the Salisbury Airport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Timecodes. Hello, Commission. My name is Dr. Lance Riley, PhD in Aquatic Sciences and Environmental Engineering from the University of Florida. I spoke at the previous zoning board committee meeting about several items, but I just want to, I imagine the only PhD in the room. So being the leading source on science and debate, I want to.
We have 3 up here.
Oh. We can talk afterwards. I'm open to all your questions. So on a serious note, we need to do some clarifications. So, I've heard all this around here about this property, these, they won't grow anything. It's worthless. It's this, it's that. Who in this room knew that 300 plus acres of that property was designated a North Carolina Natural Heritage Site based solely upon its biodiversity that was already present until that area was timbered and logged completely and decimated? 2021 North Carolina Natural Heritage Survey still has the Gold Hill Flats Natural Heritage Area listed as a natural heritage area. In fact, the jewel of Rowan County, the most pristine and most unique habitat containing, I don't have the list with me from the state, from the Fish and Wildlife, but the federal Fish and Wildlife, you got your Helianthus schweinensii, which is a federally endangered sunflower that is known to have a presence all around there, across the railroad tracks, over by Staylight. I did work back in the 90s with the Habitat Assessment and Restoration Program. I know that flower's located all over this county. Not to mention all the reptiles, amphibians, and other plants that are on the North Carolina Fish and Wildlife list of endangered, protected, of concern, or possible concern. When this permit went in, when I first saw it, they had consulted North Carolina Fish and Wildlife prior to 2021.
Can I stop you 1 second, just for point of order? Jay, where are we? Are we overtime? No? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. So where was I? Got me. So I reached out to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service prior to Okra, Birdseye, Dominion, whatever you want to call them, and notified them. They had no idea that they were putting in a solar industrial complex over this area. So they got on the phone and started working. I don't know what went on behind the scenes with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Apparently they've struck some kind of deal. But the point is to hear somebody say that this is environmentally the right thing to do. They've already done the environmentally wrong thing to do. And this area does have soil memory. It will come back, and there are buyers. There's people that are willing to lease it. The land trusts, Three Rivers Land Trust, willing to lease or buy property just like this, just to conserve it for the future generations of Rowan County.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. I'll have you bring up the Wiseman presentation, please. Hi, I'm Cindy Wiseman from 300 Aviation Lane. I'll soon be retiring from a 39-year anesthesia practice in California. My husband and I are the newest homeowners in the airport community, having closed on our home March 31st of this year, just weeks before our community learned of this solar threat. We moved from the greater LA and the greater Atlanta area, intentionally seeking a rural country setting combined with a private aviation community, and found an aviator's dream, Gold Hill. I never saw my home from the ground approach until I had approached over this serene tree-filled area multiple times. Imagine instead an approach view of over 560 acres of 344,000 panels, 20-foot high glass panels, metal pilings, and cement. I would never have considered buying a home next to something like that. The ambiance would be ruined, and as a passenger, I'd be very fearful of a forced landing into electrical panels and with blunt force trauma and electrocution as my future. This disturbing, painful eyesore is huge. You've seen the pictures. Roughly the size of Salisbury, 11 times the size of that community right there. We have a very unique niche, which is desirable to those like us who are looking for a rural setting and our aviation families. As you can imagine, this is a very small percentage of the home buying population in general. Cost of real estate is relatively high. If the rural aspect is destroyed, what then remains attractive to potential buyers? This monstrosity has already negatively impacted our saleability, time to sale, and home values. I'll give you a couple examples. In the last 2 months, 2 inquiries into our community, one an American Airlines Boeing 777 senior captain, the other a DHL Boeing 747 captain, both walked away when told of the threat of such a massive scale solar industrial complex. Clearly, just the threat is already causing our homes to be less saleable. You saw this slide. Take a look at that home in the front. Okay, this lovely home next to Meadowbrook solar installation, which you correctly picked out during the drone footage, is in Rockwell at 303 Sides Road and sold at a significant loss, 10.3% loss after being discounted approximately 8% in 2020 because the owners, prominent physicians in Salisbury, couldn't tolerate looking out their windows at ugly solar panels. Their beautiful home, over 4,400 square feet, was ruined by what appears to be only approximately 35 acres of industrial glass, metal, and cement, and a pitiful dying buffer. There's numerous studies to back that up, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and yes, North Carolina. So what happens to our community when 32 homes become 25 or 20 or 15? And then even county tax revenue is affected. I ask you to do the right thing and to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. My name is Darius Hedrick. I live downtown Gold Hill in the village, 825 St. Stephen's Church Road. So we've heard a lot of information here tonight. So here's where I'm coming from, a little different. 35 years ago, the restoration effort in Gold Hill began. And during that time, I've been involved in over a dozen restorations of historic sites or buildings. And during that time, I was asked to sit on the Rowan County Historic Properties Commission. And that enabled me to travel much of Rowan County. Rowan County is blessed with lots of historic sites and beautiful ground. So as I traveled through Rowan County, comparing these other fabulous historic sites, I found that none of them was more important than what we were doing in Gold Hill. Also during this time, we developed a 70-acre park, hiking trails, historic sites. It's a beautiful facility down there. Also during this time, I submitted village expansion plan. And Ed, you were here, and Jay was also here. It's been a long time. But it was accepted through planning and zoning. We had a unanimous vote of approval with the county commissioners. And the idea was to expand what was already taking place and save a few more lonely old buildings. A good friend of Rowan County, Paul Fisher, a good friend of mine, I'm sure y'all know who I'm talking about. He was a supporter of historic Gold Hill from the very beginning. I remember walking him around down there a very long time ago, telling him what we could do, how we could save the community. Mother Nature was fighting hard to take it over. And he said many times, he said, well, if you want to see a good fall color, you don't have to go to the Blue Ridge. You can just take a trip down to Gold Hill, Beatty Ford Road, St. Stephen's Church Road, and you can see all the beautiful color you want to see. And that's stuck in my mind as what we've got when people visit the village down there. Is that my time? Okay.
We're going to even it up, guys. Okay.
Okay. All right. Anyway, so we've got a beautiful area down there that gets a lot of visitors from all over the United States. And so we're not incorporated. And so we look to you folks to make good decisions for us and keep an eye on us down there to make sure that what the county's doing is good for the Gold Hill area and the preservation. And so I'm asking you to use your common sense and vote no on this.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Usually at the beginning of these, I just request that we don't kind of get into the clapping and all that. If y'all don't mind, we'd appreciate that. Go ahead.
Ray?
Yep.
My name is Dr. Jonathan Featherstone. I graduated I was born in Gold Hill in 1973. Graduated from East Orleans High School in 1992, went on to NC State and graduated in 1996 and 2000 with a veterinarian degree. I'm a large animal veterinarian in Kannapolis, and we farm some land in Gold Hill. My address is 361 Rowan Cabarrus Road, Gold Hill. It is sandwiched, those recommendations that y'all had, and this is my beautiful family. I'm gonna try not to get choked up again. We're bringing a non-airport perspective here. This is a family. We've hunted and fished this area for lots of times, farmed it. Those recommendations, I know what 50 acres is. Our farm's 50 acres. And that's what the recommendation was. We're going to be about 500 yards in our backyard from that Stanley County mega complex, and then less than a quarter of a mile in front of our house. So we're going to be directly impacted by 2 solar. And if you go against what y'all's recommendations are, this family is going to be deeply impacted. I'll skip the slides. I mean, it's just, but a couple of things, one thing, as far as that bird's eye view that you got of that new entrance from 52, you might as well call that Whitetail Avenue, because the north end of that is going to funnel deer right across 52 and right across the airport. And I don't know if y'all been seeing the deer been hit on the roads recently. Well, Highway 52, that high fence, all that land going above, I've hunted this area forever. Deer are going to funnel across the airport. Deer are going to funnel across 52 off that north end side. I've hunted that land, and I mean, go to one of them turkey hunting. I've hunted some of the other, that was killed on the Gus Shad, and I appreciate the lease involvements, but that turkey was killed on that Gus Shad land 2 years ago. And I'm a large animal veterinarian. I know if they can grow, Mr. Abernathy, there's some contradictions here. If they can grow clover and stuff, I deal with farmers every day and cattle. I pull calves every day. If they can grow clover and stuff underneath those solar panels, I can grow cows. Okay. And I talk to these farmers also, and they grow a lot of stuff. And I'm pretty sure that we're dealing with about 180 to 220 days of sunlight a year, not 300, as far as growing things. And you're dealing with anywhere from 5 hours to 10 hours a day, 5 hours in December and 10 hours in June of sunshine possibilities. So I know about growing things, and you can definitely grow cattle on any of these farms. Please make the right decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You listen just like I do.
Coach don't listen too well.
Mainly PhDs. Yeah. All right, where are we, Jay?
Pete Hoffman's last one, 6 minutes.
Well, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Pete Hoffman. I'm a local attorney, and I'm here to give you some advice about how the law works in this type of issue. The other speakers in opposition, have given you their reasons why they don't want this to happen. What I want to do is give you information about how if you decide that you want to deny the application, how you can do that in a way that's more likely to survive the court system. First of all, it's a small aside, you've got 3 layers in this cake. You've got Okra, who's the actual applicant. They're owned by another LLC, and they're owned by another corporation. I'm sure your county attorney can explain to you how LLCs work. Some of you probably already know that. That should raise some concerns with you. But anyway, there have been exactly 4 cases in North Carolina where commissioners denied applications, and the people applying did an appeal to the North Carolina Court of Appeals, and all 4 of them won. The commissioners were overturned 4 times. And the reason why is that the other commissioners tended to make their findings based on the reasons that people didn't want their particular reasons. And the Court of Appeals doesn't look with that unless they're actually experts. Now, we had some that I think probably would be experts, but a lot of times people will say, well, I'm going to have property value problems. And say, oh, well, was that someone who's a real estate agent? Was that someone who does checking on values of properties? They don't tend to give a lot of weight to things that are opinions or anecdotal. Now, what you have here, all 4 of those cases where the county commissioners were overturned were in counties where they did not have the type of ordinances you have. And I think your ordinances, your restrictions on solar installations, the utility installations, I think that gives you much stronger position if you end up voting to go against it. For example, the Highway 52 corridor. Now, I don't know if Highway 52 corridor means right butting up to Highway 52, or does it mean in the general area, or what? Y'all made the votes to bring into law these recommendations. What did you mean when you said that? You may or may not have been in that group that did it, but somebody had reasons on why they didn't want to have anything either near or right on corridor 52. I think it's stronger if you point out, let's say that's one that you want to point out, but point out why that's important. And if you think it's important because you're preserving land for better purposes, that's great. But I recommend that you make your findings and put it on the record on why you did these things, why you made these decisions. Same thing, the industrial, if it's already industrial, that's not recommended. Pretty much probably figure out why you think that's the reason. The water areas that have the potential to be served by water or sewage infrastructure are not preferred locations. What was said that the water authority in Stanley could come in to this area, but they have no plans. Well, of course they don't. They're not going to run lines just, give water to groundhogs. There's going to be a project. Someone's got a project. They talk to the authority in Stanley County and work out how that expansion is going to happen. So that's, for example, why would you want to have as a recommendation that an area that could potentially have water, why is that important? How does that help the citizens of Rowan County? And I think to the degree you're relying on your ordinances, I think that gives you a lot of strength if it gets appealed and if it gets appealed to the Court of Appeals. Let's see. Yes. The 1 mile, for example, limit, as was mentioned earlier, if you're going to use that one, you should say, I think the 1 mile limit requirement is a good idea because here's why it helps the citizens of Rowan County. Here's why it keeps maybe areas from being overwhelmed by solar farm. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them, but otherwise that's basically what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So we're back now to the rebuttal phase for the applicant. The individual speakers for the applicant that we spoke to earlier, who's that? Okay. So 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Is that right? Yes. Okay.
What's 2 minutes? I'm sorry, just 2 minutes, good. 10 minutes.
So we're going to hear from citizen speakers now.
No, so what we did was 30 minutes for the applicant, 45 minutes for opposition.
Right.
Now the applicant has 15.
15.
Minutes rebuttal, but 16, they had a minute left in the first one, so they've got 16 minutes to finish up. We'll be at 45 minutes each.
And I'm the one correctionist.
Yes, you are.
You want to go ahead and go down?
Yeah.
Let me ask this. Y'all don't know, we had dinner right before we walked in here. It'd be great if we could take like five minutes. All right. So the time, according to Apple, is right at 9 o'clock. So at 9:05, we're going to restart. Okay. And that'll give us a minute to refresh. Okay. So, all right. All right. Go. Let's start paying.
Tell Jay to get himself back in here, please.
We don't need him.
Okay, I'm going to introduce myself to you all because they know me. My name's Connie Byrne. I live in Kannapolis at the very southern edge of Rowan County, but I am a Rowan County resident.
Yeah.
Okay, I am a Rowan County resident and I have been coming to these meetings faithfully for over 7 years. So
Are we on? Okay.
Okay?
Yes, so speak to us.
Okay, now I'm going to talk to you. When this all came back up, I decided to go back and check all the newspaper articles because I really wanted to understand what people were upset about. Why were they so opposed to this? And I wrote down, who said what and that kind of stuff. The biggest thing I keep on hearing is the people who live in the air park community. They tend to be the most opposed to this. They're concerned about their property values. They're concerned about being able to fly in and out of there. And we've heard two opposing opinions about the safety of that. The people who from Gold Hill who've spoken, this gentleman has said that, it's a flight hazard. The gentleman that Birdseye presented said he didn't see it that way. And when he had his map up with the loop, it did not go over the solar thing. It came this way. So who do I believe? The other thing is that I hear a lot of talk about hunting. Okay, so they have their little hunting club there. And I'm sure that if the landowner decided to sell his land or, he could pull that out. Okay, they'll have done someplace else. I've heard some and talked with Dr. Riley about the one sunflower, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. I don't, if it's as plentiful as he says it is in that area, I'm not sure how endangered it would be. When the community spoke to at one of their meetings with they talked about the fire chief, Mr. Brock said that he thought it would be, an invitation to death for the firemen because there weren't access lanes. Okay, I'm not going to go over. Anyway, I just have a real problem with hearing from a very small group of people, not out in the wider community.
Thank you, Connie. All right.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
We have one person online who has raised their hand. I have no idea who they are. And so April can acknowledge them and we can hear from them and not count towards either side. I have no idea who they are. And so I think it would be appropriate to recognize the one person who's come in online.
All right, April.
All right, Mrs. Yelton, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. My name is Lucy Yelton. I grew up in Gold Hill. My parents built their home in Gold Hill in 1950 and raised 7 children there. My concern with this solar farm in Gold Hill is the environmental impact of a solar farm. To my understanding, a solar farm, they do require large amounts of water for cooling turbines and cleaning solar collectors. An increase in water demand could strain the local available water sources there in Gold Hill. This can amount to the loss of large volumes of groundwater, which could further impact local wildlife that depends on these water resources. I don't know if I'm able, because I'm speaking virtually, I don't know if I'm able to ask any questions to the Okra representatives that are there. Am I able to ask any questions to them?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you list all of the chemicals used in the operation and the upkeep of the property used for the solar farms?
Well, we'll have them address that in their time. Is that okay?
Yeah. That is fine. That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Beside of the use of chemicals such as dust suppressants and dielectric fluids, solar farms, they can cause surface contamination and degradation of the groundwater. So I would like these issues addressed, please. And I would also like to thank the Board of Commissioners for listening to me. I appreciate that. And I would also urge you to please disapprove the solar farm in Gold Hill due to the environmental impact that it can have in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And depending on their time, I think in all fairness, we should add the 3 minutes into the rebuttal period.
Yes. Okay. Rebuttal?
Should we respond to the latest questions or?
If you want to do that now, or do you want to wait?
Yes. What's the name of the manufacturer and the serial numbers?
Hang on.
Hey,
No,
no,
sir.
we're not doing, yeah,
No,
we
sir.
don't, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so real quick, the first issue brought up, there's no turbines proposed here, no cooling water. Second one was infiltration into groundwater. I think as Mr. Sandifer explained, there's an MSDS sheet that comes along with these modules. The modules that we currently have spec'd, it's a Jinko module, tier 1 producer, passes all TCLP toxic leaching procedures to be disposed of in a regular landfill. There's nothing toxic or hazardous here. Yeah, I think that pretty much hits it. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
My name's Julia Marshall. My grandfather bought this property, 170 acres in Rowan County in the 40s or the 50s. He was a farmer in Cabarrus County where he grew crops, ran a dairy, and managed a variety of livestock. Over the following years, I heard many family members question the purchase of the Rowan property because it had limited agricultural uses and was far from his home in Mount Pleasant. Currently, only two 27-acre tracts remain in the family. My cousins and myself have these properties. And the usage of the property is now limited to harvesting of the timber and the hunting lease. Additionally, the property is landlocked, so we don't have any way to get in and out with an uncertain right-of-way. And the residential use is limited by the inability to perk. We've been renting the land for hunting that just covers the taxes. And when we were approached in 2018 to develop a solar farm, it seemed like that was a perfect way to use the land in a responsible way. And I also think that the company behind Bishop Project is probably really concerned about its energy, where it's going to get that, and they would be very happy to have a renewable resource. Thanks for considering this project.
Thank you. Hi, and welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nick Cherico. I'm a co-owner along with my sister of Carolina Perlite Company. I've heard our company name mentioned here several times tonight. I thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. We were approached by Birdseye several years ago about the possibility of the solar field, and obviously they have to interface with a tower line, which happens to run in back of our plant and dissects part of our property. As an industrial company, I guess we're used to looking at industrial stuff and rail cars and furnaces and bag houses and whatnot, and just didn't think too much about a substation or a power line running through our property. So we were amenable to it, obviously, and it was a great opportunity for us to, maximize the value of some of our land. And, hearing from Mr. Nash and some of the other property owners, I think they're sort of in the same situation. And as most people would, probably you all as well, if you got a great offer for your home, you'd consider it. So we didn't feel that this would interrupt our operation. We're primarily a perlite producer, have been for 70 years in Gold Hill. We started in 1949 in Granite Quarry and have been in Gold Hill since the early 1950s. So, this was an opportunity that probably we didn't feel would come along again. And we thought, hey, sounds like a good deal. I'm not here to try to tell you what the future of the U.S. energy grid is going to look like. Technology is changing so fast. But, it seemed like a business deal, a business opportunity to us. And that was our sole purpose. We didn't really have a dog in it one way or the other as far as whether I'm pro solar or against solar. But I got to say, I do like power. And I think all of you do too. And it's got to come from someplace. And there's never a good answer. Everything's got its negatives. Do you like coal ash? I don't. Natural gas requires fracking and chemicals get pumped into the ground, et cetera. But, we all like power. So here we are. I respect your decision. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, who's next? Hi, welcome.
Hello, I'm Suzanne Todd. I'm attorney with Johnson, Nelson, Horton, Charlotte. My address is 1065 East Moorhead Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. And I also wanted to really thank Mr. Murr for his detailed attention to our site plan to ensure that this site plan, in fact, meets all ordinance requirements. You heard from Mr. Standifer and Mr. Levenholm. They addressed safety, both aviation and otherwise. I hope that you had an opportunity to review the various materials in the binders that we provided you last week. As a condition of approval, Birdseye is also offering to provide countywide solar farm training for all Rowan County fire departments. Landon Abernethy also explained to you the siting requirements that Birdseye uses to find suitable solar farm locations, factoring in your new land use recommendations for solar. He demonstrated how unlikely it is that there's going to be another site available for large-scale utility solar in Rowan County. That is exactly why Birdseye has doggedly pursued this particular site for the past 4 years. If Rowan is going to add a large-scale utility solar farm, this is the place to put it. An air park representative told me that the air park residents have the right to fly their plane over our property anytime they want to. And I guess that's true. But does that give the air park residents the right to control how these property owners choose to use their property? Whether it means cutting down all the trees or using it for some other legal purpose. We've been focused on the new solar recommendations. We spent a lot of time on those recommendations that were approved in March. But during that same time, the county also approved amendments to its zoning ordinance that specifically were intended to address and mitigate impacts from utility scale solar projects and to ensure that those projects fit within the community. These included larger setbacks, buffers, decommissioning plan, performance bond on the decommissioning plan. This solar farm has to comply with the new zoning regulations. Those setbacks for buffers the setbacks and the buffers, those standards that the existing solar farms in Rowan County were not required to meet. We've also received a lot of feedback and from both the community as well as from staff, and we've revised our site plan to incorporate those that feedback. We've agreed to the staff's recommendation, all their recommendations for additional conditions. As a result, this project even exceeds the new ordinance requirements. Our buffers, instead of being 36 acres, are 117 acres. It's going to be the gold standard of solar farm. The comprehensive plan and the proposed use is in fact consistent with the applicable comprehensive plan. That use recommends future low density, low intensity uses in Area 1. The land use plan further recommends 100-foot and 50-foot stream buffers, which this plan provides. This land use plan, our plan also complies with the land use recommendations. The site complies with all your land use recommendations that are applicable. This site is entirely consistent. You don't have to take our word for it. It's in the staff report. The one that the opponents raise most often is the 1 mile separation recommendation. And your planning director interprets that recommendation as applicable to other solar farms located in Rowan County, not surrounding counties. We agree with Mr. Murr, not only because he's a professional with years of experience in interpreting land use and land use policy, but because he is legally correct in his assessment. These guidelines are intended to assist the board in evaluating potential solar farm sites. Their recommendations are policy. They're not ordinance regulations, and it's frustrating to see them being used as hammers. The opponents raise an equal protection argument that folks along the county's border aren't being treated the same. Well, Sam Nash isn't being treated the same equally if Rowan County looks at what Stanley County is doing. The reality is that folks all over the county are being treated differently depending on whether their property is in the county, whether it's in Salisbury, Rockwell, or some other municipality. Rowan County can't control what goes on in Stanley County, nor can Stanley County control what goes on around Rowan County, and your land use plans reflect the same. You plan for Rowan County. And frankly, there's good and bad about wherever you live within the county because the air park is located on the border. Part of it actually does have access to water. The rest of the area doesn't. Again, these guidelines were designed to assist you in the boards. They're not, and future boards in evaluating solar farm locations, they're not set in stone. Not only is this application consistent, but it's also reasonable. This use is allowed in RA zoning. It's presumed harmonious with surrounding uses. It meets ordinance solar regulations designed to negate the impacts related to the project size. It's not detrimental. Of course, property owners will stand to make an income if this rezoning is approved. There'd be no reason to rezone it if they didn't. But if you can't hear it, see it, or smell it, can it possibly be detrimental to the community? How can it be? Economic benefits, we don't have to argue over those. Just taking the site out of the present value deferral program increases the property taxes the county's going to receive from $72,000 to $684,000 over the life of this project. That doesn't include the personal property taxes. That's just the land. If you wanted to add the equipment and everything else, that will amount to around $2 million. It's a big difference. And it's not bad for a site that's really not going to use any county services or infrastructure. Although property values normally aren't something that comes up in a legislative process, you're presuming that the use, if it's allowed in that district, zoning district, that is in fact harmonious, isn't going to impact property values. But because it's been an issue here, we did in fact have appraisal performed that looked specifically at the air park and solar, and it determined that the solar is not going to impact their values. That appraisal report was provided in your bonder as well. We understand, of course, that we can't ignore the 575-acre elephant in the room, but even though 275 acres of that property will be maintained under existing vegetation, streams, and managed regrowth, The resulting 300 acres is still the largest farm this board has considered. But with the new ordinance requirements in place and the solar farm recommendations that you approved back in March, you can feel confident that if approved, you're not going to see this, hear it, smell it, or have to pay for its removal. You've done a good job. We have requested 4 years vested rights because the start of our construction is dependent on Duke's work, completion of its work on the grid. Because we don't have any influence over Duke Energy's schedule, we've asked for 4 years vested rights to ensure that we don't have to come back to you again to ask for an extension. Not everyone in the air park is opposed to this project. There were 2 letters from property owners that did in fact were in favor or weren't opposed. Of interest too is that today and to date, none of the owners adjacent to our site have expressed opposition to this project. You may have also noticed that big purple mass on that zoning map included in the staff report, and that's industrial property creeping ever closer to residential property in that area, including the air park. The proposed solar site is going to provide a 575 acre buffer between expanding industrial users in the area and the residential uses. It's a good thing. We do have engineers, flight instructor, appraiser, and economic analyst, engineer, all are available to answer any questions you may have. But we would respectfully request approval of this zoning petition. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Let's turn this on. Okay, my name is James Shedd. I'm one of the property owners petitioning for your support as well. I believe in property rights and I believe in this project, which I believe will benefit many. I would like to be able to use my property for its highest and best use. I consider this my property rights, and our country is founded on that very precept. I decided to have the property logged about 3 years ago. When it was completed, I spoke with the logging company, where they informed me that the ground was, he said, terrible and was not able to be used for much. It had sparse trees on it and some large bare sections in the middle. It will never perk. He called it bull Tyler, which I looked up and is actually a slang term used for loamy soil. Maybe you've heard of it. It's basically red clay. It's the bane of gardeners, farmers, developers, and homeowners alike. It is heavy and lumpy when wet. It dries as hard as terracotta. He even told me he abandoned about $5,000 worth of road mats on the property because it was too difficult to go back and retrieve. I do understand zoning, why it is necessary, and that is in place to protect the public, but what is anyone really needing protection from here? The zoning allows for a solar farm with utility scale solar energy systems now being under the conditional district zoning. If I quote from the Rowan County General Zoning Districts, a specific use or use is permitted as a conditional district subject to development requirements to address the anticipated impacts would be consistent with the spirit and intent of this chapter. From what I've read about the change in application process, it changes the process from quasi-judicial to a legislative, allowing for give and take between the planning board, the Board of Commissioners, and the applicant. What this says to me is that if all concerns, questions, and requirements are met and addressed, then the intended use is possible. Also, from what I understand, in the new ordinance and law land use plan, and I'm sorry if I'm redundant a little bit, I mean, everyone has said basically the same kind of arguments or whatever, but what I understand, systems are encouraged in areas with low to moderate residential population densities in combination with buffers and screenings.
The parcel must have the topography such that screening and visual separation can be achieved from adjoining properties or roadways. Sites that will occupy prime soils or displace active farming are not preferred, but if approved, should incorporate grasses as ground cover and include pollinator-friendly vegetation. Sites having identified poor soils or building and septic constraints are generally encouraged for selection. That is mine. Utility scale solar energy systems located within 1 mile of another utility scale solar energy are discouraged, but that does not mean they are not acceptable. Did you say 10 seconds? Really? Well, I want to wrap this up. One thing I would like to say that is allowed in this area, in the zoning, is greenhouses. And they don't need any kind of conditional use or whatsoever. Would anyone have any issue with me building greenhouses instead? I would think not. But I would argue that they are the exact same thing as a solar farm with the same impact. Actually, more greenhouses are large glass structures that will create much more glare than a solar farm since they are clear glass. Glare is the biggest concern from the air park. That and the ability to use my property apparently for planes that go down. I'm sorry, I'll let it end. I appreciate your time. I know you have a difficult job. I know you can't please everyone. I know that's impossible, but thank you for your time.
Mr. Shedd, before you go. I'll let you talk a little more because I have a question. So you can't really make a living off of land, correct? I mean, if you can only pay the property taxes.
I rented out for hunting to pay the tax.
Yeah.
It had trees on it. I cut the trees.
Yeah.
It did not bring near as much as they would have thought a property that size would bring. I could plant trees again there and grow trees, but that would be about it.
Yeah. So my question is what is another value added operation that you could put there? Say, for instance, if the mining for the brick company were to come over to your property, would they find that
Desirable? I would think possibly. I'm not that technical on that stuff, but I mean, the ground can be like brick. So I would imagine you can use that like clay, you know?
Yeah, I farm clay too, so I know.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, who's next? That's it? So we've gone through 30 and 45 and back to 15.
30, 45, and 48 and 18, yeah.
Who's counting? Who's counting?
I will.
So we've lost count. So where are we now, Jay?
We're at the end of it.
At the end?
You can close the public hearing at this point, unless you have any questions that you want to address to anyone who spoke tonight.
I had a couple questions. So I don't know who wants to answer. I guess whoever wants to talk about the safety aspect. I'm looking at the flyer that was in the manual that was given us.
You're talking about aviation safety?
No, it talks about fire training.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you that.
Okay. Thanks. So you talked to the fire department earlier, is that what you said?
I did, and you know that we reached out to Chief Brock at the Gold Hill Volunteer Fire Department before the planning board hearing. You know, he made it clear that they had some concerns about his guys out in the field understanding how to respond if there is an emergency. He was under the impression that there were no available curriculums. We knew that wasn't accurate, but you got to do a little digging. So we went out to NC State University, to the Clean Technology Center. They and this flyer was provided in your binders, but they basically develop bespoke individualized training programs for that very purpose. They've been doing one in the city of Morrisville not Morrisville, out by Raleigh. Yeah, they've got good experience in doing this. So what we did is we got back in touch. I met Chief Horn at the planning board hearing, reached back out to Chief Brock as well, and just committed to really providing an in-person training exercise for all of those first responders, and not just from those departments, anyone in the region who could potentially be responding to a fire at a solar farm, or, somebody falls off a tractor and gets cut, and somebody needs to go inside that fence line. We want them to understand the technology. We want them to understand what they have access to in terms of electrical disconnects and the ability to isolate the system. We want them to know, what can they spray water at and what should they try not to spray water at. So a lot of things, if we can get them out on a site, it's all been done all over the country, as Mr. Sanford mentioned, for years and years, but just getting that education to the right people.
So getting old like you, Greg, I got to wear glasses now.
Thanks, man.
So I was looking at this flyer, and it says that it's a, after you complete the online course, you get a certificate. And then on the back, it says there's 14 short modular online training.
Yeah, and what we were trying to draw attention to there is that there is curriculum. A lot of it's online based, and we don't think that's adequate. So what we would do is engage with the NC State Clean Tech Center to pull from those existing curriculums, but hold in-person training on a real site where they can really see it and touch it and feel it, not an online course.
That training happened.
So it could happen. And I, reached out to Rowan Fire Marshal about, starting to think hard about what this looks like. They determined they would rather wait until, after the commissioners make their decision. Certainly before we break ground on the site, we would want to get everybody out there and just get oriented with the site. But then again, before we go to commercial operation, we'd actually have access to the site that they would potentially be responding to.
So I assume you've done other solar farms, other places. How long was the in-person training? How do y'all usually do that?
We've never been asked to develop one of these before. So over 500 some odd megawatts of development across the Southeast. This is the first one where we've really gotten a lot of direct concern about how to respond. So going out to Clean Tech Center, they had a similar experience that they just hadn't been asked a whole lot about how to respond to this. I don't know if local departments are really relying on those online courses or, third-party certifications, but, the project in front of us and the one where we know there's concern, that's the one that we can commit to.
Okay. So you're saying this will be the first time that you had any?
The first time that Birdseye has sponsored one. That's right.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I had some, can you answer questions about taxes?
I can sure try.
Okay. So I guess $2,328,314 over 40 years. What's the tax value of once it's built? What would be because I guess there's some sort of state maximum tax rate that we can charge.
Yeah. Let me, so I can, sort of break it down. So there's the property tax component. So the property comes out of the agricultural deferment program and is taxed at its valuation. So what we modeled is current valuation. Lye counties in the region will actually go back after the fact once a solar farm is in place and revise that valuation as a profit-making property. But that component does not have any associated tax incentive associated with it. What does have a tax abatement is the business personal tax. So, we would be on the order of, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe it was like 1.9 million that comes back through that taxation on the capital investment That gets an 80% tax abatement at the state level and an accelerated depreciation schedule. So all of those calculations are actually in the pre-hearing binder. If you flip all the way to the back to the Mangum report, we've got Mr. Mangum actually online. He could dial in and answer any specific questions if you really want to get in the weeds, but that's the general structure.
Just curious that, like Project Bishop, we talked about it's $400 million investment. Now, they're getting some tax incentives. So what would be the investment once you're?
Yeah, all in on the capital investment, we're on the order of, 95 million capital investment.
But this, okay, so it's 95, but the state only allows us to do 20% of our 65.75%.
Right. And that's right. The tax abatement program. Yep.
So it's not 20%, but it'd be 20% of whatever our rate is at the time.
That's right. And the calculations are laid out in that report, exactly how that's derived.
That's set by the state, right?
That's set by the state.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
Yep.
Jay, can we do spot zoning for taxes? And just raise the rate by 80%? You don't need to respond.
Thank you.
All right, what other questions do we have? All right, if we don't have any others, then we will close the public hearing. All right, we have 5 steps in tonight's process, and we just finished step 1. The final step is breakfast. So we'll move to step 2, and that's to close the hearing, and then the commissioners, we will discuss the case. Following that, we will develop what's called statements of consistency and reasonableness, one way or the other, whether we approve it or don't approve it. And then we'll vote on it. If it's approved, we'll consider granting vested rights requested, which would be the last thing, the 4 years instead of typical what we provide. I think, is it 2 or 3, Shane? 2. All right, so now we will kind of talk amongst ourselves. So anyone want to jump out there?
I'll go first. Well, these things has been mentioned, you're dealing with property rights is always tough. We have these quite often that come up here. And obviously we've done, I know since I've been on the board, several of these solar farms, different sizes, nothing to this magnitude. And I think that, after we did a few, we realized that people were coming here because we didn't have any regulations really. And so I'm glad that we did some, updated our ordinances, which gives us more ability to make the right decisions for our citizens. I've listened to both sides, and like I said, it's really hard to sometimes visualize, especially the area when you don't live in the area. We have a very vast county. I think of some of our long Dollar General meetings and things like that. But some of the things that were mentioned, we're talking about the size of it. And, 50 acres is the preferred size. And I remember specifically when we voted to upgrade the ordinance, that was something that was important to me because I don't think we want a county of these giant solar farms everywhere. And so, although it doesn't say we have to have that number exactly, to me, that was an important thing when we voted for that, you know, we could have some control over the size of these. Also, when we voted for it, or when I voted for it, and I think we all voted for it, but to me, that 1 mile, being within 1 mile of another one, you know, and I guess the counties, according to what they were saying, the county staff says that it's county only, but in my mind, that wasn't what I was voting for. Because you just got to look at it from a practical standpoint. You know, even in law enforcement, I mean, criminals don't stop at the county line and say, hey, we're in a different county now, so the rules are different. I mean, to me, it would just makes more sense just looking at it from a practical standpoint. If you're within a mile of it, you don't want to live in another one. I don't know. I know that I wouldn't want to live in between two giant solar farms, 560 acres on one side and 700 and something on the other side. The safety aspect, I mean, I think there's farms everywhere around the country, so I do understand the training that's out there, or that there is training out there. I don't understand the training. I've never taken it, but I do a little concerned about, you know, online courses. You know, I have to take online courses for my work. And to be honest with you, sometimes the online courses aren't the greatest courses. If you can click through it, and the tests are usually common sense tests, multiple choice, so you can just guess at the end. And I understand that they want to try to provide some hands-on training. I guess we're starting something new, asking for some training like that here in the county. Some of the other things, the 52 corridor, I mean, I think there's enough buffering there that doesn't bother me as much. I don't know that you'll see it from 52. And the utility, you know, I don't know. I think that wasn't a big thing. But for me, the two things that really why I can't support it is I think you've got something, like I said, in the middle of those two big farms. And I really don't want us to get to the point in Verlaine where we're getting larger and larger solar farms. So I'm not in favor of this. Thank you.
You want to go next?
I will. Let me say this before I say my other remarks. I'm a retired dairy farmer. My farm back home in Wisconsin is 580 acres. Started in 1853. Thank you.
Somebody gets one besides me.
We're not done.
I'm also the mom of a pilot. And yes, he flies the big birds. And so does his wife. He started flying lessons when he was 12. So mom was taking him down to the little airstrip. And it was an air park every week. And now he flies the big Boeings, as they say, the big birds, as well as his wife who works for United. Having a farm, farmers really are conservationists. And way back when, my great-grandfather, all of a sudden, my great-grandfather, my father, and my father all started getting paid by the government to drain our farm because it's clay, to make more land, to make more food. Of course, now that's kind of swung around. But we have, as farmers, environmental rules that we have to follow. And it's the same thing for a tree farm. Rowan County isn't Stanley County. And some of ours first goes around with our smaller solar farms. You know, there were some things that I think we really needed to kind of clean up, which is why we went into redoing our solar ordinance. I think we also need to remember what the spirit and the intent of this ordinance was. You see things like preferred. And that's because this board wanted to keep their ability to allow our citizens to do what made sense on their farms and their property. I'm a property rights person. Everybody up here is. And when you've got a farm and you're trying to make a living on it, and even with renting out property or hunting rights, which I did too. If that's all you got off that property, how are you going to feed your family? How are you going to feed your family? You know, it's the pressures that a lot of farmers up in my area, we get houses coming out all the time. But the farm was there first. And these families have nurtured it and taken care of it. And when we looked at the ordinance, we said that we prefer solar farms to go in the southeast area where the land really can't produce that much. And I don't know about you, Jim, but if I had to run cattle on that land down there, I don't think I'd probably be starving. But the spirit and the intent. Now, I did go down there because I wanted to see that land, that soil, because I am connected to the land. And when I saw it, I said, thank God I have Winnebago County clay. That's what I saw. I didn't think the girl anything. That sure couldn't sustain a family. So when we look at the environmental and the gentleman from Florida, but these folks have done what they're required to do by North Carolina law and working with Fish and Game. North Carolina. And if I had seen what Mrs. Wiseman, the picture that she showed us with the fence and all that and the home that was there, I would understand why you would be upset. And if this property were right next to the city or the town of Gold Hill, the downtown historic district, I would say no way, because it would decimate the town and the surrounding area. And I know how much work people have put into bringing Gold Hill to the place where it's at now. Now, Mr. Darius back there, I don't know if you remember my trips to your shop and our long conversations, but yeah, I love that place. I go there frequently. And Miss Vivian is a buddy of mine, so. But the spirit and intent of this ordinance allows this body to be able to have larger solar farms. And when I look at this from a conservation perspective and what's right next door, I think I would be screaming and crying if that little mining operation next door started shooting up the farm. People have a right to make a living. Use the property for the highest and best use. All, anyone that's a property owner, you just can't let go of that love of your home and of property. Some of us have been around here a little bit longer than others, and
Yeah, she told about you, Jim.
Yeah, she's looking this way. isn't she?
yeah. But when you cannot see it, or smell it, or hear it, and this body is going to choose one place forever and ever, then I believe this is the right place for it. Especially when you remember how many acres are going to stay in vegetation, and setbacks, and I mean, even Dr. And the comments about deer going funnel out to the road. I don't know what the deer kill is. We've got one county just to the north of me that has over 13,000 strikes every month. So I just really can't buy into that argument. When I put these things all together, I believe that these folks have the right to put this solar farm on their property. We will not see it. If you've been on the property and walked it, which I hope that you will do sometime, like I did, you will see the thickness and the beauty of the hardwoods, and the fact that you, once you walk in there, you can't see a road. You can't see the highway. You cannot see here. And with the people right next door, the adjacent property owners, not object. I think truly that I would encourage my fellow commissioners to approve this project.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir, I'll be brief. This body is not required to approve any solar farm that doesn't meet the regulations. It is my opinion that this solar farm does not meet the regulations because, first of all, the distance from another solar farm, and I humbly disagree with the attorney here who says that the Stanley County solar farm does not count, only solar farms in Rowan County. So we do have a disagreement, but I do not think we qualify that way. This solar farm has access to water. It is not, it's not 10 feet, but it is with less than 2,000 feet from there. So there's a chance of development at some time, which our requirements say that it must have water or sewer, not water and sewer, for land development.
And I think this 500 acres plus would overshadow the community and change the nature of Gold Hill. And it is not consistent or harmonious with the rest of the community. And by that, because of these, I do not think that I can vote for this project.
All right, y'all settle in.
That's why I'm not talking. I'll go home.
So I've got lots of notes. So let me just kind of read you some of my notes that I took. One of the speakers, I think it was Brian that started, said that they are working to provide the lowest cost to the rate maker. That makes sense. We want to be economical and we want to be attractive. And I think Rowan County has been pretty cheap over the years, pretty cheap land. And I can't judge this, but I think that attracts folks to our community because for some time we've been desperate for development. And when demand is not high, then the prices are low. And I think we became an easy, at times, target for some things maybe we didn't want because we had cheap land. And shouldn't be that way anymore. We're better than that. And Rowan County is valuable. And if you talk to our economic development director, just for a few minutes, you'll understand what's coming our way, and we can become choosy in what we choose to accept and not accept. One thing was, this was said a few times, hard pressed to find another 560 acres in Rowan County. I understand that, but that doesn't mean that we should or shouldn't approve this one because you can't find another 560 acres. I appreciate Commissioner Caskey's question about the total investment, 95 million. Again, you heard earlier tonight about a project that will be over $400 million. As we sit up here as imperfect people, and we are faced with different projects that come our way. Those projects are different from one another. We have projects that are really high value projects that are looking at Rowan County now that could be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. Very few employees. And so you have to determine then with, because there are things we look at as we're approving sometimes incentives, and that is what is the total investment and how many jobs are there. You can have a large investment with few jobs. Sometimes you have a lot of jobs with very little investment. An example that might be a call center or something where you have a 500, 600, 700 employees, but just a small investment really. You have to weigh that, the math on that. And then every once in a while you get some that are both. And we refer to those really as whales. They're companies that have huge investment and lots of high paying jobs, right? And that's what everyone's clamoring for, right? And so as we look at those and we're weighing, giving incentives for those have everything. They've got investment and they've got jobs. And so sometimes we'll give away a lot of the tax revenue in order to benefit the community with jobs, because the amount of investment and the amount of jobs that come down from those is significant. And so we're not just necessarily looking for tax revenue, we're looking for hope for communities, right? And for work, for people to improve their lives, have nice homes and transportation and healthcare provided for by the private sector, and a way to pay for the kids' college and things like that. And so this is a give and take. There's jobs, there's investment. And so we look at this issue of solar farms. And let me back up and say this before I go any further. You know, Birdseye is coming here, and all I have heard over and over from multiple folks that they have done a wonderful job of really trying to respond to the concerns of the community and doing really a quality project. We've had folks that want to come in and take advantage of Rowan County, and I don't feel that that's necessarily the case. I appreciate that they have really worked to try to fit a project in as well as they can. But, you know, just the nature of the issue with solar farms is $95 million with an 80% give back by the county, not by choice. And really no jobs, let's be honest. Okay, now there is an environmental component to that where there's benefit to that, and I'm not here to argue for or against solar farms. But when we're talking about the economies of this, then we're giving back 80% of the 95 million. And there's going to be few, if any, jobs attached to it. When you look at a 40-year return to us, honestly, no offense, but if this is a couple of $1 million that's returned to the county, that wouldn't pay for a roof on a single one of our schools. Now, I don't mean to be mean about that. I don't, please. But this is the reality of the 40-year return. And so for that, we have to then begin to really wonder in our mind, is this truly the highest and best use? I don't know what could or will come out there. But as the applicant has mentioned, technology is changing so quickly. We don't know what's going to happen next year with technology. That could mean much more to these folks than this would. I did look up through the power of Google and my two thumbs. We have North Carolina, 213 days of sunshine on average, not 300. And so I appreciate council that came up here and gave us help on both sides. So I'll talk about some things that are just observations and not necessarily fact. But I don't have any question in my mind, and here's the ammunition. I'm not a real estate appraiser. But I have 37 hours in an airplane. I'm 3 hours from my private pilot's license and never flew another second after I got elected in 2014. So I'm that close. So if I wasn't flying, I was thinking about flying. But I understand sort of the mindset of folks who would relocate from California. Well, welcome. You have chosen well to move to Rowan County from Los Angeles.
Yes.
But if I was in that position, I can only say, if I'm considering moving from California to a pristine part of the country with this beautiful air park, where I'm looking at 1,200 acres of solar, there's no way I'm picking. And so the question becomes really, this was brought up, an attrition issue. As folks die off, then who chooses then to buy into that air park, and how long can it stand? Water is close. I want you all to think about this large new interchange that's been built in southern Rowan County with no water and sewer there. For Rowan County to extend water and sewer down I-85 to the new Old Beatty Ford Road interchange was going to be around $28 million, I believe. And so we were, and that was how many miles? 7 miles. We're 1,700 feet away from water here. And certainly multiple times closer with sewer than we were when we were considering running Salisbury Rowan Utilities down 85 to get to the new interchange. So these things will happen when the value is there, and this land has and will have tremendous value at some point. Historic Gold Hill. While Gold Hill certainly has other assets, most of which are their people, they have worked tremendously hard to try to rebuild and rebirth themselves. We see this happening in a lot of our municipalities. Cleveland comes to mind, East Spencer, Faith, China Grove, Landis. Leadership in these communities are doing a tremendous job of really trying to rebuild, reimagine, and re-energize their communities. And we see that in the community of Gold Hill. And I cannot imagine how this would affect Gold Hill overnight. It's taken, someone said 35 years, and in a matter of a couple of years, that could be destroyed. I'm not personally that worried about glare, but I don't think most general aviation pilots would want to buy in there. And someone raised this, and this is a good question. While Gold Hills Airport is not necessarily an FAA airport, the question came into my mind: why, if we've put these restrictions around the Rowan County's Mid-Carolina Regional Airport, but we don't seek to protect Gold Hill to the same standard, are we saying that pilots that take off at the Gold Hill Airport have less value than those who take off from our county airport at Mid-Carolina Regional? I believe this changes the character of Gold Hill. And I disagree on the issue of the 52 corridor. The 52 corridor doesn't say the frontage of 52. It says the 52 corridor, including things that are on 52 and things that are 300, 400, 500, 600, 800, 1,000 yards off of 52. You can't build a whole housing subdivision on the right of way right off of 52. You can't build industry. You can't build things that improve our lives on the frontage. So I think the spirit of the 52 rule that we had was that we didn't want to interrupt in that corridor there, because it did have opportunity and possibility for some good things. One of the bottom lines for me is, as others have stated, I really believe that Gold Hill would end up carrying an extremely large burden for the whole county in the amount of acreage that is placed in solar. I don't know how many acres we have in the total county, but to have, and I'm like Jim, our wording, my understanding is, I believe, Ed, it doesn't say anything about in Rowan County, does it? So the fact that there's 1,200 acres of solar right there at the Gold Hill area, when you see, and we have quite a few solar farms, but it's diffused over the entire county. You all would have a tremendous amount of consolidation all in one area. And I think that's asking too much for you to carry that large burden. We are certainly pro property rights. I don't think you can find more, a group of commissioners that is more committed to private property, but there's always an asterisk next to that. As conservative as we are on that, is private property rights also extends to the neighbor. And so we make these decisions all the time. So if someone wants to put in a speedway in the middle of a residential area, we wouldn't do that because someone owns 20 acres inside of a residential subdivision and wants to build a go-kart track. Well, we wouldn't do that because it violates the private property rights of folks around it. And so we have to try to strike the balance, and that is difficult at times. We started separating the zoning from the new rules that we have in regard to solar farms. And while the project may exceed some of the new zoning rules we have, it still does not meet, in my opinion, the rules that we have set forth in our new ordinance with regard to solar farms. And the last thing I have is the simplest thing I'll say. And that is, we just got to use a little common sense here. We say this doesn't smell, can't see it, can't taste it. It still just doesn't smell right to me. And so for those reasons, I will not be able to support the rezoning for the solar farm. So wait.
Barely.
Barely.
Let's vote. I was going to ask Jay if we voted on the same day or not, if it would have any effect. Then we have to come up with some statements. Statements of consistency, reasonableness.
All right, so again, regardless of what we do tonight, we need to provide statements of consistency and reasonableness. So we would like some input from Ed, so that you guys know. I mean, we all came into this open-minded, so we don't have statements developed yet. So this is something we have to work through. I would, Ed, could you come up? The planning board did develop consistency and reasonableness statements. And
can we not just use theirs?
We could. I just wonder if there's anything that we want to add to it.
Well, that's a good question. I think the process is important because of what you just did. mean, developing the statement should be the easiest aspect of it. I mean, there was a lot of ideas. I don't know that everybody had the same idea, but when you're putting the rationale out there for the decision that you made, the deliberation is important, but it's distilled down to what really the statement is and what the general feeling. Commissioner Caskey had good points. Mr. Green, even in support, Commissioner Klusman. So I think, you know, the planning board gave you their impression, and some of what I heard you talk about were there. You know, they're kind of a drop in the bucket to a lot of what I heard here. I would encourage you to, you know, maybe add to what's here. It seems, at least from where us at 3, are inclined to vote in opposition to it. I'm not sure about Commissioner Pierce, but you know, I'm a firm believer in this process, and you know, we sometimes probably get some criticism about not providing a recommendation a lot of times. But, you know, if it's up to me to make the decision, then we don't need a planning board. We don't need the commission. It's not an administrative decision. The process is established so that we can have the input that we had here tonight and come to a reasonable conclusion, and you can vote on it and move forward. So I think Jay has written down a lot of what he heard, and he could give you some of that feedback.
Are we comfortable with adopting these 3?
What I heard in addition to those 3 that was consistent among the 3 commissioners' comments, you mentioned the Highway 52 corridor and the impact on historic Gold Hill. And those were the 2 that were consistent among the comments. And I mean, please feel free to share if you picked up on anything else that you felt was consistent.
I think our challenge is we don't have in front of us the new, unless they're in here, we don't have the new ordinance to compare. You know, I was taking pictures from folks on both sides to try to capture some of the things we were hearing. One we could have is that it violates our stated ordinance by being located on 52 corridor.
I heard that was one of the ones that was consistent among the comments.
The distance between both those 2 solar units were consistent also.
And then Commissioner Caskey, I believe Commissioner Green and Commissioner Eds all mentioned the Highway 52 corridor.
Okay.
And the impact there.
Let me interrupt. So we get back to the land use plan recommendations that seem like where we were. So the first is areas currently served or having the potential to be served by water or sewer infrastructure, not preferred locations. I think Commissioner Eds made some good points there. That's one, potentially. Existing industrial zoning districts, a portion of this is located, or the Carolina Perlite property is zone industrial. Okay, those are 2. I think the low to moderate residential is not an issue.
Access to water was a consistent question.
The screening, prime soils was not. Special flood hazard area, subject to potential utility extension sites having identified poor soils, not that one. And then you have utility scale solar energy systems locating within 1 mile of another. And it's one that the planning board had recognized, if that is an issue. And then the maximum system acreage of 50 acres. And the last one is sites along the US 52 corridor are not preferred. So compared to where the planning board was,
So I've added, violate solar ordinance by locating in the Highway 52 corridor does have the potential to be served by water and or sewer infrastructure, partially located in the industrial district and an industrial district.
so those are 3 additional ones that you could add to it that I think, as Jay said, were consistent.
Anything else?
Yeah, I was just pulling out what was consistent among your comments, but that seems to be consistent.
All right, Commissioner, so offer up a statement of consistency and reasonableness.
Excuse me, we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet.
Well, you wrote them down, didn't you?
Yeah, Z0821 is not consistent with the Eastern Royan Land Use Plan, is not reasonable based on the following. There, number one, there's another utility scale solar system, energy system less than 1 mile from the proposed site of this utility scale solar energy system. Number two, solar plan recommendations set 50 acres as a maximum area for solar facility, but that could be exceeded if all preferences were met, but in this case, they were not met. Number three, the potentially high detrimental impact of the airport-based community that lies adjacent to the proposed site. Number four, violates solar ordinance by locating on along the 52 corridor, Highway 52 corridor. Number five, the site does have the potential to be served by water and or sewer infrastructure. Number six, it is the project is partially located in an existing industrial district. So I offer that up as a motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right. So then we have a motion then to approve or deny Z08-21.
I make a motion to deny Z0821.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Want to thank Commissioner Bruceman. Appreciate it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right. Why don't we take, I'm sure you all don't want to stay for the remainder. We're going to be here a while. So we're going to take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back together. We're starting.
Where's Judy? Oh, there she is. We got a quorum. She's in the building. That's all that matters.
Shane, what have you been doing all night, buddy?
Entertainment here.
The beard.
Being entertained?
Yes. All right. So real
Shane?
quick, hopefully this will be much easier. All right. So we have a text amendment here from Tom Turpin, and primarily the request from Mr. Turpin involves the 8582 district and the table of use allowances. Conditional use or special use permits, 3 sections are moved to permitted by right. They're the 42, 50, and 51 that you see here on the request. Staff also went ahead and threw a few other changes in here since this was a pretty benign request. And I'll hit a few highlights here. In the noise ordinance, there's a reference to a dollar figure that really should default back to the $25 here reference. Should go back to the fee schedule instead of having that in an adopting ordinance. So that's a change. And scrolling through, this was an oversight on my part. It was a placeholder in the vested rights section, didn't get removed. This was going to be for a temporary use permit. So that does not apply. So Mr. Turpin's request was the 42 by right, motor freight transportation warehousing. These are pulled out.
throw it out for all other districts in the CBI industrial. They just don't make sense to be allowed by right. The wholesale trade, durable, non-durable, less these options. This is a salvage yard, that's scrap metal recycling, wholesale livestock, chemical and petroleum products are not included in that. So all of these are permitted by right per this text, and they're moved from what you see strike through here, which were special use. The 2153, there's a few references in here. All this is for rural home occupations. What we've done is not created new standards, but moved a few things around and made it a little bit more easily read and understood, we feel. So nothing new here. Reorganization and a little change in the text. And continuing on down, with conditional districts now being a specific grouping, it needs to be incorporated in the noise section. Just like a special use permit, conditional district, if they're seeking approval, the noise ordinance applies. A little bit of cleanup text here. In a rezoning, if you have a very large site and you're only rezoning a portion of the property, it makes sense to use a boundary as opposed to the entire tract. It may be more confusing, so that's an option. Respective board with hearings could be the Board of Adjustment or this board. Same thing here. And appeals, and also in the variance section within a reasonable time. We have a board that don't meet very often. Sometimes it's difficult to get a quorum. So therefore, instead of having 15 days or 21 days reference, it's a reasonable time. It matches our rules of procedure as well. Doesn't give them the right just to sit on something, but it's just time to carry out that request. And there is this was something I messed up on the previous amendment. This is for an ordinance amendment, 1 year. It's 60 days for a rezoning. So the map amendment stays at 1 year. This is 60 days. So the planning board met and unanimously recommended approval. Here's one text amendment offering here, the TA for text, since we involved the noise and zoning. It's TA 0221, and a statement of consistency here for the board's consideration. Any questions?
All right. I don't think the applicant's here, right?
He may be on Zoom.
April, is Mr. Turpin on Zoom?
Mr. Chairman, I do not see him listed.
Okay.
He's already gone to bed.
Yeah, like most people. It's my time to get up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he might be getting ready to get a shower. All right, we will open the floor for any public comment. April, let me know if there's anyone there. Anyone here would like to sit down? All right, we'll close the floor, and I'll offer up as a statement of consistency, TA 02-21 is consistent with the adopted land use plans and reasonable and appropriate based on the following. Request is beneficial to both business and commerce. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve TA 02-21.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Jim, don't blow it.
I'll try not to.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, guys.
All right, good evening, commissioners. We'll get started with the expenditure comparison. Year to date through October, we're at 48.3 million. Last year at the same time, we're at 47.4, difference of roughly $900,000. Next graph, please. Revenue through October, 70.8 million. Last year at the same time, 66.5, roughly $4.3 million difference, which is really driven by the next two graphs. Of course, next graph, please, which is property taxes. We're 2.2 million up from last year, same time.
Early billing.
That is correct. Early billing collection rate is higher, same time.
And then we do have, next graph, please. We do have the July sales tax. As you can see, we're $400,000 higher than last year at 2.9 million. And last year was great. So
There's 400,000 up, but stuff costs more now, right? Because of inflation. So is it really a good number or?
well, that is true. I mean, things do cost a little bit more.
Yeah, but this goes back to July.
But this is back to July, yes.
Get that much by that time. If,
You're welcome.
From now on, we'll put you on first. So you
Is that-
you can go,
is that-
so you can go home.
I do appreciate that.
All right, budget amendment's been provided. Motion to approve budget amendment.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.